Chapter 5, Part 1 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ian Hatley. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. Chapter 5, Applied Idealism, Part 1. The spring of 1889, I was appointed by President Harrison Civil Service Commissioner. For nearly 5 years I had not been very active in political life, although I had done some routine work in the organization and had made campaign speeches, and in 1886 I had run for mayor of New York against Abraham Stewart, Democrat, and Henry George, Independent, and had been defeated. I served 6 years as Civil Service Commissioner, 4 years under President Harrison, then 2 years under President Cleveland. I was treated by both presidents with the utmost consideration. Among my fellow commissioners, there was at one time ex-Governor Hugh Thompson of South Carolina, and at another time John R. Proctor of Kentucky. They were Democrats and ex-Confederate soldiers, and became deeply attached to both. We stood shoulder to shoulder in every contest in which the Commission was forced to take part. Civil service reform had two sides. There is first the effort to secure a more efficient administration of the public service, and second, the even more important effort to withdraw the administrative offices of the government from the domain of spoils politics, thereby cut out of American political life a fruitful source of corruption and degradation. The spoils theory of politics is that public office is so much plunder which the victorious political party is entitled to appropriate to the use of its adherents. Under this system, the work of the government was often done well, even in those days when civil service reform was only an experiment, because the man running an office, if himself an able and far-sighted man, knew that any fixity in administration would be visited on his head in the long run, and therefore insisted upon most of his subordinates doing good work. And moreover, the men appointed under the spoils system were necessary men of a certain initiative and power, because those who lacked these qualities were not able to soldier themselves to the front. Yet there are many fragrant instances of inefficiency where a powerful chief quartered friend, intendant, or kinsman upon the government. Moreover, the necessary haphazard nature of the employment, the need of attaining and holding the office by service, wholly unconnected with the fixed duty, inevitably tended to lower the standard of public morality, alike among the office holders and among the politicians who rendered party service with the hope of reward in office. Indeed, the doctrine that to the victor belongs the spoils, the cynical battle cry of the spoils politician in America for the 60 years preceding my own entrance into public life, is so nakedly vicious that few right-thinking men of trained mind defend it. To appoint, promote, reduce, and expel from the public service letter carriers, stenographers, women typewriters, clerks, because of the politics of themselves or the friends without regard to their own service, is from the standpoint of the people at large as foolish and degrading as it is wicked. Such being the case, it would seem at first sight extraordinary that it should be so difficult to uproot the system. Unfortunately, it is permitted to become habitual and traditional in American life, so that the conception of public office as something to be used primarily for the good of the dominant political party became ingrained in the mind of the average American. He grew so accustomed to the whole process that it seemed part of the order of nature. Not merely the politicians, but the bulk of the people accepted this in a matter-of-course way, as the only proper attitude. There were plenty of communities where the citizens themselves did not think it natural, or indeed proper, that the post office should be held by a man belonging to the defeated party. Moreover, and which both sides were forbidden to use the offices for purposes of political reward, the side that did use them possessed such an advantage over the other that in the long run it was out of the question for the other not to follow the bad example that had been set. Each party profited by the offices when in power, and when in opposition, each party insincerely denounced its opponents for doing exactly what itself had done and intended to do again. It was necessary, in order to remedy the evil, both gradually to change the average citizen's mental attitude toward the question, and also to secure the proper laws and the proper administration of the laws. The work is far from finished even yet. There are still masses of office holders who can be used by unscrupulous administration to debauch political conventions and finally overcome public sentiment, especially in the rotten bureau districts where the party is not strong, where the office holders, in consequence, have a disproportionate influence. This was done by the Republican administration in 1912 to the ruin of the Republican Party. Moreover, there are a number of states and municipalities where very little has yet been done to do away with the spoil system. But in the national government, scores of thousands of offices have been put under the merit system, chiefly through the action of the National Civil Service Commission. The use of government offices as patronage is a handicap, difficult to overestimate from the standpoint of those who strive to get good government. Any effort for reform of any sort, national, state, or municipal, results in the reformers immediately finding themselves face to face with an organized band of drilled mercenaries who are paid out of the public checks to train themselves with such skill that ordinary good citizens, when they meet them at the polls, are in much the position of much matched against regular troops. Yet these citizens themselves support and pay their opponents in such a way that they are drilled to overthrow the very men who support them. Civil service reform is designed primarily to give the average American citizen a fair chance in politics, to give to this citizen the same weight in politics that the war dealer has. Patronage does not really help a party. It helps the bosses to get control of the machinery of the party, as in 1912 was true of the Republican Party, but it does not help the party. On the average, the most sweeping party victories in our history have been won when the patronage was against the victors. All that the patronage does is to help the worst element in the party retain control of the party organization. Two of the evil elements in government in which good citizens have to contend are: 1. The lack of continuous activity on the part of these good citizens themselves, and 2. The ever-present activity of those who have only a self-interest in political life. It is difficult to interest the average citizen in any particular movement to the degree of getting him to take an efficient part in it. He wishes the movement well, but he will not, or often cannot, take the time and the trouble to serve it efficiently. This, whether he happens to be a mechanic or a banker, a telegraph operator or a storekeeper. He has his own interests, his own business, and it is difficult for him to spare the time to go to the primaries, to see to the organization, to see to getting out the vote, to tend to all the thousand details of political management. On the other hand, the spoiled citizen breeds a class of men whose financial interest it is to take this necessary time and trouble. They are paid for so doing, and they are paid out of the public chest. Under the spoiled system, a man is appointed to an ordinary clerical or ministerial position in municipal, federal, or state government, not primarily because he is expected to be a good servant, but because he has endured help to some big boss, or to the henchmen of some big boss. His stay in office depends not upon how he performs service, but upon how he retains his influence in the party. This naturally means that his attention to the interests of the public at large, even though real, is secondary to his devotion to his organization, or to the interests of the ward leader who put him in his place. So he and his fellows attend to the politics not once a year, not 2 or 3 times a year, like the average citizen, but every day in the year. It is one thing they talk about, for it's their bread and butter. They plan about it and they scheme about it. They do it because it is their business. I do not blame them in the least. I blame us, the people, for we ought to make it clear as the bell that the business of serving the people in one of the ordinary ministerial government positions, which have nothing to do with deciding the policy of the government, should have no necessary connection with the management of primaries, of caucuses, and of nominating conventions. As a result of our wrong thinking and supineness, we American citizens tend to breed a mass of men whose interests in governmental matters are often adverse to ours, who are thoroughly drilled, thoroughly organized, who make their livelihood out of politics, and frequently make their livelihood out of bad politics. They know every little twist and turn, no matter how intricate, in the politics of their several wards. And when the election day comes, the ordinary citizen has merely the interests that all good men, all decent citizens should have in political life, finds himself as helpless before these men as if he were a solitary volunteer in the presence of a band of drilled mercenaries on the field of battle. There are a couple of 100,000 federal offices, not to speak of state and municipal offices. The men who fill these offices, and the men who wish to fill them, within and without the dominant party, for the time being, make a regular army, whose interest it is that the system of bread and butter politics shall continue. Against their concrete interests, we have merely the generally unorganized sentiment that the committee in favor of putting things on a decent basis. The large number of men who believe vaguely in good are pitted against the smaller, but still large number of men whose interests it often becomes to act very concretely and actively for evil, and it is small wonder that the struggle is doubtful. During my 6 years' service as commissioner, the field of the merit system was extended at the expense of the spoils system, so as to include several times the number of offices that had originally been included. Generally, this was done by the introduction of competitive entrance examinations, sometimes, as in the Navy Yards, by a system of registration. This of itself was a good work. Even better work was the making of the law efficient and genuine where it applied, as was inevitable in the introduction of such a system. There was at first only parts of success in its application. For instance, applying to the ordinary employees of the big custom houses and post offices, but not to the heads of these offices. A number of the heads in the offices were shipwrecked politicians of a low moral grade, themselves appointed under the spoil system, and they exist, directly or indirectly, to break down the merit system, to pay their own political debts by appointing their henchmen and supporters to the positions under them. Occasionally these men acted with open and naked brutality. Ordinarily, they sought by cunning to evade the law. The civil service reformers, on the other hand, were in most cases not much used to practical politics, and were often well nigh helpless when pitted against veteran professional politicians. In consequence, I found at the beginning of my experiences that there were many offices in which the execution of the law was a sham. This was very damaging, because it encouraged the politicians to salt the law everywhere, and on the other hand made good people feel that the law was not worthwhile defending. The first effort of myself and my colleagues was to secure the genuine enforcement of the law. This we succeeded after a number of lively fights, But of course, in these fights we were obliged to strike a large number of influential politicians, some of them in Congress, some of them the supporters and backers of the men who were in Congress. Accordingly, we soon found ourselves engaged in a series of contests with prominent senators and congressmen. There were a number of senators and congressmen, afterward Senator H.C. Lodge of Massachusetts, Senator Coachman K. Davis, Minnesota, Senator Orville H. Platt of Connecticut, Senator Crockwell of Missouri, Congressman afterwards President McHenry of Ohio, and Congressman Dargan of South Carolina, who had war of the business of the spoilsman, who efficiently and resolutely championed the reform at every turn, and without whom the whole reform would certainly have failed. But there were plenty of other senators and congressmen who hated the whole reform, and everything concerned with it, and everybody who championed it. And sometimes, to use a legal phrase, the hatred was for cause, and sometimes it was peremptory, that is, sometimes the commission interfered with the most efficient and incidentally most corrupt and unscrupulous supporters. At other times, there was no such interference. That is, sometimes the commission interfered with their most efficient and incidentally most corrupt and scrupulous supporters. At other times, where there was no such interference, a man nevertheless had an innate dislike of anything that tended to decency in the government. These men were always waging war against us. These we had the more or less open support of a certain number of government officials from cabinet officers down. The senators and congressmen in question opposed us in many different ways. Sometimes, for instance, they had committees appointed to investigate us. During my public career, without and within office, I grew accustomed to accept appearances before investigating committees as a part of the natural order of things. Sometimes they tried to cut off the appropriation for the commission. Occasionally, we would bring to terms these senators or congressmen who fought the commission by the simple expedient of not holding examinations in their districts. This always brought frantic appeals from their constituents, and we would explain that, unfortunately, the appropriations had been cut, so that we could not hold examinations in every district, and that obviously we could not degrade the districts of those congressmen who believed in the reform, and therefore in the examinations. The constituents then turned their attention to the congressmen, and the result was that in the long run we obtained sufficient money to enable us to do our work. On the whole, the most prominent leaders favored us. Any man who is the head of a big department, if he has any fitness at all, wishes to see that the department run well. And a very little practical experience shows him that he cannot be run well if he must make his appointments to please spoils-mongering politicians. As with almost every reform that I have ever undertaken, most of the opposition took the guise of shrewd slander. Our opponents rallied chiefly on the downright misinterpretation of what it was that we were trying to accomplish, and of our methods, acts, and personalities. And more than one lively encounter with the authors and sponsors of these misinterpretations, which at the time were full of interest to me. But it'd be a dreary thing now to go over the record of exploded mendacity, or to expose the meanness and malice shown by some men of high official position. A favorite argument was to call the reform Chinese, because the Chinese had constructed an inefficient governmental system based in part on the theory of written competitive examinations. The argument was simple. There had been written examinations in China. It was proposed to establish examinations in the United States. Therefore, the proposed system was Chinese. The argument might have been applied still further. For instance, the Chinese had used gunpowder for centuries. Gunpowder is used in Springfield rifles. Therefore, Springfield rifles were Chinese. One argument is quite as logical as the other. It's impossible to answer every falsehood about the system, but it was possible to answer certain falsehoods, especially when uttered by some senator or congressman of note. Usually these false statements took the form of assertions that we had asked preposterous questions of applicants. At times, they also included the assertion that we credited people to districts where they did not live, this simply meaning that these persons were not known to the active ward politicians of those districts. One opponent with whom we had rather lively tilt was a Republican congressman from Ohio, Mr. Grosvenor, one of the floor leaders. Mr. Grosvenor made his attack in the House and enumerated our sins in picturesque rather than accurate fashion. There was a congressional committee investigating us at the time, and on my next appearance before them, I asked that Mr. Grosvenor be requested to meet me before the committee. Mr. Grosvenor did not take up the challenge for several weeks, until it was announced that I was leaving for my ranch in Dakota, whereupon, deeming it safe, he wrote me a letter expressing his ardent wish that I should appear before the committee to meet him. I promptly canceled my ticket, waited, and met him. He proved to be a person of happily treacherous memory, so that the simple expedient of arranging his statements in pairs was sufficient to reduce him to confusion. For instance, he had been trapped into making the unwary remark, "I do not want to repeal the civil service law," and I never said so. I produced the following extract from one of his speeches. "I will vote not only to strike out this provision, but I will vote to repeal the whole law." To this, he merely replied that there is no inconsistency between those two statements. He asserted that Rufus P. Putnam, fraudulently credited to Washington County, Ohio, never lived in Washington County, Ohio, or in my congressional district, or in Ohio, as far as I know. Reproduced a letter which, thanks to a beneficent providence, he had himself written about Mr. Rufus P. Putnam, in which he said, "Mr. Rufus P. Putnam is a legal resident of my district, and he has relatives living there now." He explained, first, that he had not written the letter; second, that he had forgotten he hadn't written the letter; and third, that he was grossly deceived when he wrote it. He said, "I have not been informed of one applicant who has found a place in the classified service for my district." We confronted him with the names of 8. He looked them over and said, "Yes, the 8 men are living in my district as now constituted," but added that his district had been gerrymandered, so that he could no longer tell who did and who didn't live in it. When I started to further question him, he accused me of a lack of humor and not approaching that his statements were made in a jesting way, and then announced that a congressman making a speech on the floor of the House of Representatives was perhaps in a little different position from a witness on the witness stand. A frank admission that he did not consider exactitude of statement necessary when he was speaking as a congressman. Finally, he rose with great dignity and said that it was his constitutional right not to be questioned elsewhere as to what he said on the floor of the House of Representatives, and accordingly he left the delighted committee to pursue its investigation without further aid from him. A more important opponent was then the Democratic leader of the Senate, Mr. Gorman. In a speech attacking the commission, Mr. Gorman described with moving pathos how a friend of his, a bright young man from Baltimore, a Sunday school scholar, well recommended by his pastor, which to be a letter carrier, and how he went before it to be examined. The first question we asked him, said Mr. Gorman, was a shortest route from Baltimore to China, to which the bright young man responded that he didn't want to go to China, and never studied up the route. Thereupon, said Mr. Gorman, we asked him about the steamship lines from the United States to Europe, then branched him off into geology, tried him in chemistry, and finally turned him down. Apparently, Mr. Gorman did not know that we kept full records of our examinations. I at once wrote him stating that I had carefully looked through all our examination papers and had been able to find one question even remotely resembling any of these questions which he alleged had been asked, and that I would be greatly obliged if he could give me the name of the bright young man who had deceived him. However, that bright young man remained permanently without a name. I also asked Mr. Gorman if he did not wish to give us the name of his informant, to give us the date of the examination in which he was supposed to have taken part, and offered, if he would send down a representative to look through our files, to give him all the aid we could in his effort to discover any such questions. But Mr. Gorman, not hitherto known as a sensitive soul, expressed himself as so shocked at the thought that the veracity of the bright young man should be doubted that he could not bring himself to answer my letter. So I made a public statement to the effect that no such question had ever been asked. Mr. Gorman brooded over this, and during the next session of Congress he rose and complained that he received a very imprudent letter from me. My letter was a respectful note calling attention to the fact that if he wished, he could by personal examination satisfy himself that his statements had no foundation in fact. He further stated that he had been cruelly called to account by me because he had been endeavoring to right a great wrong that the Civil Service Commission had committed, but he never, then or afterwards, furnished any clue to the identity of that child of his fondest fancy, the bright young man without a name. This is a condensation of a speech I, at the time, made to the St. Louis Civil Service Reform Association. Senator Gorman was then the Senate leader of the party that had just been victorious in the congressional elections. The incident is of note chiefly as setting light the mental makeup of the man who at the time was one of the 2 or 3 most influential leaders of the Democratic Party. Mr. Gorman had been Mr. Cleveland's party manager in the presidential campaign and was the Democratic leader in Congress. It seemed extraordinary that he should be so reckless as to make statements with no foundation in fact, which he might have known that I would not permit to pass unchallenged. Then as now, the ordinary newspaper in New York and elsewhere was quite as reckless in its misstatements of fact about public men and measures, but for a man in Mr. Gorman's position of responsible leadership, such action seemed hardly worthwhile. However, it is at least to be said for Mr. Gorman that he was not trying by falsehood to take away any man's character. It would be well for writers and speakers to bear in mind the remark of Pudd'nhead Wilson to the effect that while there are 999 kinds of falsehood, the only kind of specifically condemned in Scripture, just as murder, theft, and adultery are condemned, is bearing false witness against one's neighbor. One of the worst features of the old spoil system was the ruthless cruelty and brutality it so often bred in the treatment of faithful public servants without political influence. Life is hard enough and cruel enough at best, and this is as true of public service as of private service. Under no system would it be possible to do away with all favoritism and brutality and meanness and malice, but at least we can try to minimize the exhibition of these qualities. I once came across a case in Washington which very keenly excited my sympathy. Under an administration prior to the one which I was connected, a lady had been ousted from a government position. She came to me to see if she could be reinstated. This was not possible, but by active work I did get her put back in a somewhat lower position, and this only by appeal to the sympathy of a certain official. She was so proud and careworn that she excited my sympathy, and I made inquiries about her. She was a poor woman with 2 children, a widow. She and her 2 children were in actual want. She could barely keep the 2 children decently clad, and she could not give them the food growing children need. 3 years before, she had been employed in a bureau of a department of Washington, doing her work faithfully at a salary about $800. It was enough to keep her and her 2 children in clothing, food, and shelter. One day, the chief of the bureau called her up and told her that he was very sorry, but that he had to dismiss her. In great distress, she asked him why. She thought that she had been doing her work satisfactorily. He answered her that she had been doing very well, and that he wished very much that he could keep her, and that he would do so if he possibly could, but he could not, for a certain senator, given his name, a very influential member of the Senate, who had demanded her place for a friend of his who had influence. The woman told the bureau chief that it meant turning her out to starve. She had been 13 or 14 years in the public service. She had lost all touch with her friends in her native state. The dismissal meant absolute want for her and her children. On this, the chief, who was a kind man, said that he would not have her turned out and sent her back to her work. But 3 weeks afterwards, he called her up again and told her he could not say how sorry he was, but the thing had to be done. The senator had been around in person to know why the change had not been made, and had told the chief that he would himself be removed if the plates were not given him. The senator was an extremely influential man. His wants had to be attended to, and the woman had to go. And go she did, and turned out she was, to suffer with her children, and to starve outright, or to live in semi-starvation, just as might befall. I did not blame the bureau chief, who hated to do what he did, although he lacked the courage to refuse. I do not even very much blame the senator, who did not know the hardship that he was causing, and who had been couched by long training in the spoils system. But this system, a system which permits and encourages such deeds, is a system of brutal iniquity. Any man accustomed to dealing with practical politics can with difficulty keep a straight face when he reads or listens to some of the arguments advanced against civil service reform. One of these arguments, a favorite with machine politicians, takes the form of appeal to party loyalty in filling minor offices. Why, again and again, these very same machine politicians take just as good care of henchmen of the opposite party as those of their own party. In the underworld of politics, the closest ties are sometimes those which knit together the active, professional workers of opposite political parties. A friend of mine, in the New York legislature, the hero of the Alpha and Omega incident, once remarked to me, "When you have been in the public life a little longer, Mr. Roosevelt will understand that there are no politics in politics. and the politics to which he was referring to this remark could be taken literally. Another illustration of this truth was incidentally given me about the same time by an acquaintance, a Tammany man named Constantine, a good fellow according to his lights. I had been speaking to him of a fight in one of the New York downtown districts, a Democratic district in which the Republican Party was in a hopeless minority, and moreover, respecting to the half-bred and stalwart factions. It had been an interesting fight in more than one way. For instance, the Republican Party at the general election polled somewhat like 550 votes, and yet, at the primary, the two factions polled 725 all told. The sum of the parts was thus considerably greater than the whole. There have been other little details that made the contest worthy of note. The hall in which the primary was held had been hired by the stalwarts from a conscientious gentleman. To him, the half-breds applied to know whether they could not hire the hall away from their opponents, and offered him a substantial money advance. The conscientious gentleman replied that his word was as good as his bond, that he had hired the hall to the stalwarts, that it must be theirs, but he added that he was willing to hire the doorway the half-breds if they paid him the additional sum of money they had mentioned. The bargain was struck, and the meeting of the hostile host was spirited, when the men who had rented the doorway sought to borrow the path for the men who rented the hall. I was asking my friend Constantine about the details of the struggle, as he seemed thoroughly acquainted with them, and he smiled good-naturedly over my surprise at there having been more votes cast than there were members of the party in the whole district. Said I, "Mr. Constantine, you seem to have a great deal of knowledge about this. How did it happen?" To which he replied, "Come now, Mr. Roosevelt. You know it's the same game that votes in all primaries." End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Recording by Ian Hatley, Memphis, Tennessee, USA.
Chapter 5, Part 2 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 5. Applied Idealism, Part 2. So much for most of the opposition to the reform. There was, however, some honest and at least partially justifiable opposition both to certain of the methods advocated by civil service reformers and to certain of the civil service reformers themselves. The pet shibboleths of the opponents of the reform were that the system we proposed to introduce would give rise to mere red-tape bureaucracy, and that the reformers were Pharisees. Neither statement was true. Each statement contained some truth. If men are not to be appointed by favoritism, wise or unwise, honest or dishonest, they must be appointed in some automatic way, which generally means by competitive examination. The easiest kind of competitive examination is an examination in writing. This is entirely appropriate for certain classes of work, for lawyers, stenographers, typewriters, clerks, mathematicians, and assistants in an astronomical observatory, for instance. It is utterly inappropriate for carpenters, detectives, and mounted cattle inspectors along the Rio Grande, to instance 3 types of employment as to which I had to do battle to prevent well-meaning bureaucrats from insisting on written, competitive entrance examinations. It would be quite possible to hold a very good competitive examination for mounted cattle inspectors by means of practical tests in brand reading and shooting with rifle and revolver, in riding mean horses, and in roping and throwing steers. I did my best to have examinations of this kind instituted, but my proposal was of precisely the type which most shocks the routine official mind, and I was never able to get it put into practical effect. The important point, and the point most often forgotten by zealous civil service reformers, was to remember that the routine competitive examination was merely a means to an end. It did not always produce ideal results. But it was normally better than a system of appointments for spoils purposes. It sometimes worked out very well indeed, and in most big governmental offices it not only gave satisfactory results, but was the only system under which good results could be obtained. For instance, when I was police commissioner we appointed some 2,000 policemen at one time. It was utterly impossible for the commissioners each to examine personally the 6,000 or 8,000 applicants. Therefore they had to be appointed either on the recommendation of outsiders, or else by written competitive examination. The latter method, the one we adopted, was infinitely preferable. We held a rigid physical and moral pass examination, and then, among those who passed, we held a written competitive examination, requiring only the knowledge that any good primary common school education would meet, that is, a test of ordinary intelligence and simple mental training. Occasionally a man who would have been a good officer failed, and occasionally a man who turned out to be a bad officer passed, but as a rule, the men with intelligence sufficient to enable them to answer the questions were of a type very distinctly above that of those who failed. The answers returned to some of the questions gave an illuminating idea of the intelligence of those answering them. For instance, one of our questions in a given examination was a request to name 5 of the New England states. One competitor, obviously of foreign birth, answered England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and Cork. His neighbour, who had probably looked over his shoulder but who had North of Ireland prejudices, made the same answer, except that he substituted Belfast for Cork. A request for a statement as to the life of Abraham Lincoln elicited, among other less startling pieces of information, the fact that many of the applicants thought that he was a general in the Civil War. Several thought that he was President of the Confederate States. 3 thought that he had been assassinated by Jefferson Davis, 1 by Thomas Jefferson, 1 by Garfield, several by Guiteau, and 1 by Ballington Booth, the last representing a memory of the fact that he had been shot by a man named Booth, to whose surname the writer added the name with which he was most familiar in connection therewith. A request to name 5 of the states that seceded in 1861 received answers that included almost every state in the Union. It happened to be at the time of the silver agitation in the West, and the Rocky Mountain states accordingly figured in a large percentage of the answers. Some of the men thought that Chicago was on the Pacific Ocean. Others, in answer to a query as to who was the head of the United States government, wavered between myself and Recorder Joffe. One brilliant genius, for inscrutable reasons, placed the leadership in the New York Fire Department. Now, of course, some of the men who answered these questions wrong were nevertheless quite capable of making good policemen. But it is fair to assume that on the average the candidate who has a rudimentary knowledge of the government, geography, and history of his country is a little better fitted, in point of intelligence, to be a policeman than the one who has not. Therefore I felt convinced, after full experience, that as regards very large classes of public servants, by far the best way to choose the men for appointment was by means of a written competitive examination. But I absolutely split off from the bulk of my professional civil service reform friends when they advocated written competitive examinations for promotion. In the police department I found these examinations a serious handicap in the way of getting the best men promoted, and never in any office did I find that the written competitive promotion examination did any good. The reason for a written competitive entrance examination is that it is impossible for the head of the office, or the candidate's prospective immediate supervisor, himself to know the average candidate, or to test his ability. But when once in office the best way to test any man's ability is by long experience and seeing him actually at work. His promotion should depend upon the judgment formed of him by his superiors. So much for the objections to the examinations. Now for the objections to the men who advocated the reform. As a rule these men were high-minded and disinterested. Certain of them, men like the leaders in the Maryland and Indiana Reform Associations, for instance, Messrs. Bonaparte and Rose, Falk and Swift, added common sense, broad sympathy, and practical efficiency to their high-mindedness. But in New York, Philadelphia, and Boston there really was a certain mental and moral thinness among a very many of the leaders in the civil service reform movement. It was this quality which made them so profoundly antipathetic to vigorous and intensely human people of the stamp of my friend Joe Murray, who, as I have said, always felt that my civil service reform affiliations formed the one blot on an otherwise excellent public record. The civil service reform movement was one from above downwards, and the men who took the lead in it were not men who as a rule possessed a very profound sympathy with, or understanding of the ways of thought and life of their average fellow citizen. They were not men who themselves desired to be letter carriers or clerks or policemen, or to have their friends appointed to these positions. Having no temptation themselves in this direction, they were eagerly anxious to prevent other people getting such appointments as a reward for political services. In this they were quite right. It would be impossible to run any big public office to advantage save along the lines of the strictest application of civil service reform principles, and the system should be extended throughout our governmental service far more widely than is now the case. But there are other and more vital reforms than this. Too many civil service reformers, when the trial came, proved tepidly indifferent or actively hostile to reforms that were of profound and far-reaching social and industrial consequence. Many of them were at best lukewarm about movements for the improvement of the conditions of toil and life among men and women who labor under hard surroundings, and were positively hostile to movements which curbed the power of the great corporation magnates and directed into useful instead of pernicious channels the activities of the great corporation lawyers who advised them. Most of the newspapers which regarded themselves as the especial champions of civil service reform and as the highest exponents of civic virtue, and which distrusted the average citizen and shuddered over the coarseness of the professional politicians, were nevertheless given to vices even more contemptible than, although not so gross as, those they denounced and derided. Their editors were refined men of cultivated tastes, whose pet temptations were backbiting, mean slander, and the snobbish worship of anything clothed in wealth and the outward appearances of conventional respectability. They were not robust or powerful men. They felt ill at ease in the company of rough, strong men. They often had in them a vein of physical timidity. They avenged themselves for an uneasy subconsciousness of their own shortcomings by sitting in cloistered, or rather pleasantly upholstered seclusion, and sneering at and lying about men who made them feel uncomfortable. Sometimes these were bad men, who made them feel uncomfortable by the exhibition of coarse and repellent vice, and sometimes they were men of high character, who held ideals of courage and of service to others, and who looked down and warred against the shortcomings of swollen wealth, and the effortless, easy lies of those whose horizon is bounded by a sheltered and timid respectability. These newspapers, owned and edited by these men, although free from the repulsive vulgarity of the yellow press, were susceptible to influence by the privileged interests, and were almost or quite as hostile to manliness as they were to unrefined vice, and were much more hostile to it than to the typical shortcomings of wealth and refinement. They favored civil service reform, they favored copyright laws, and the removal of the tariff on works of art. They favored all the proper, and even more strongly all the improper, movements for international peace and arbitration. In short, they favored all good, and many goody-goody measures, so long as they did not cut deep into social wrong or make demands on national and individual virility. They opposed, or were lukewarm about, efforts to build up the army and the navy, for they were not sensitive concerning national honor, and above all they opposed every non-milk-and-water effort, however sane, to change our social and economic system in such a fashion as to substitute the ideal of justice towards all for the ideal of kindly charity from the favored few to the possibly grateful many. Some of the men foremost in the struggle for civil service reform have taken a position of honorable leadership in the battle for those other and more vital reforms. But many of them promptly abandoned the field of effort for decency when the battle took the form of, not a fight against the petty grafting of small bosses and politicians, a vitally necessary battle, be it remembered, but of a fight against the great entrenched powers of privilege, a fight to secure justice through the law for ordinary men and women, instead of leaving them to suffer cruel injustice, either because the law failed to protect them, or because it was twisted from its legitimate purposes into a means for oppressing them. One of the many reasons why the boss so often keeps his hold, especially in municipal matters, is, or at least has been in the past, because so many of the men who claim to be reformers have been blind to the need of working in human fashion for social and industrial betterment. Such words as boss and machine now imply evil, but both the implication the words carry and the definition of the words themselves are somewhat vague. A leader is necessary, but his opponents always call him a boss. An organization is necessary, but the men in opposition always call it a machine. Nevertheless, there is a real and deep distinction between the leader and the boss, between organizations and machines. A political leader who fights openly for principles, and who keeps his position of leadership by stirring the consciences and convincing the intellects of his followers, so that they have confidence in him and will follow him because they can achieve greater results under him than under anyone else, is doing work which is indispensable in a democracy. The boss, on the other hand, is a man who does not gain his power by open means, but by secret means, and usually by corrupt means. Some of the worst and most powerful bosses in our political history either held no public office or else some unimportant public office. They made no appeal either to intellect or conscience. Their work was done behind closed doors, and chiefly consisted in the use of that greed which gives in order that they get it in return. A boss of this kind can pull wires in conventions, can manipulate members of the legislature, can control the giving or withholding of office, and serves as the intermediary for bringing together the powers of corrupt politics and corrupt business. If he is at one end of the social scale, he may, through his agents, traffic in the most brutal forms of vice and give protection to the purveyors of shame and sin in return for money bribes. At the other end of the scale, he may be the means of securing favors from high public officials, legislative or executive, to great industrial interests, the transaction being sometimes a naked manner of bargain and sale, and sometimes being carried on in such manner that both parties thereto can more or less successfully disguise it to their consciences as in the public interest. The machine is simply another name for the kind of organization which is certain to grow up in a party or section of a party controlled by such bosses as these and by their henchmen, whereas, of course, an effective organization of decent men is essential in order to secure decent politics. If these bosses were responsible for nothing but pure wickedness, they would probably last but a short time in any community. And in any event, if the men who are horrified by their wickedness were themselves as practical and as thoroughly in touch with human nature, the bosses would have a short shift. The trouble is that the boss does understand human nature, and that he fills a place which the reformer cannot fill unless he likewise understands human nature. Sometimes the boss is a man who cares for political power purely for its own sake, as he might care for any other hobby. More often he has in view some definitely selfish object, such as political or financial advancement. He can rarely accomplish much unless he has another side to him. A successful boss is very apt to be a man who, in addition to committing wickedness in his own interest, also does look after the interest of others, even if not from good motives. There are some communities so fortunate that there are very few men who have private interests to be served, and in these the power of the boss is at a minimum. There are many country communities of this type. But in communities where there is poverty and ignorance, the conditions are ripe for the growth of a boss. Moreover, wherever big business interests are liable either to be improperly favored or improperly discriminated against and blackmailed by public officials, and the result is just as vicious in one case as in the other, the boss is almost certain to develop. The best way of getting at this type of boss is by keeping the public conscience aroused and alert, so that it will tolerate neither improper attack upon nor improper favoritism towards these corporations, and will quickly punish any public servant guilty of either. There is often much good in the type of boss, especially common in big cities, who fulfills toward the people of his district in rough and ready fashion the position of friend and protector. He uses his influence to get jobs for young men who need them. He goes into court for a wild young fellow who has gotten into trouble. He helps out with cash or credit the widow who is in straits, or the breadwinner who is crippled or for some other cause temporarily out of work. He organizes clam bakes and chowder parties and picnics, and is consulted by the local labor leaders when a cut in wages is threatened. For some of his constituents he does proper favors, and for others wholly improper favors, but he preserves human relations with all. He may be a very bad and very corrupt man, a man whose action in blackmailing and protecting vices is of far-reaching damage to his constituents. But these constituents are for the most part men and women who struggle hard against poverty, and with whom the problem of living is very real and very close. They would prefer clean and honest government, if this clean and honest government is accompanied by human sympathy, human understanding. But an appeal made to them for virtue in the abstract, an appeal made by good men who do not really understand their needs, will often pass quite unheeded, if on the other side stands the boss, the friend and benefactor, who may have been guilty of much wrongdoing in things that they are hardly aware concern them, but who appeals to them, not only for the sake of favours to come, but in the name of gratitude and loyalty, and above all of understanding and fellow-feeling. They have a feeling of clan loyalty to him. His and their relations may be substantially those which are right and proper among primitive people still in the clan stage of moral development. The successful fight against this type of vicious boss, and the type of vicious politics which produces it, can be made only by men who have a genuine fellow-feeling for and understanding of the people for and with whom they are to work, and who in practical fashion seek their social and industrial benefit. There are communities of poor men, whose lives are hard, in which the boss, though he would be out of place in a more advanced community, if fundamentally an honest man, meets a real need which would not otherwise be met. Because of his limitations in other than purely local matters, it may be our duty to fight such a boss, but it may also be our duty to recognize within his limitations both his sincerity and his usefulness. Yet again, even the boss who really is evil, like the business man who really is evil, may on certain points be sound, and be doing good work. It may be the highest duty of the patriotic public servant to work with the big boss or the big business man on these points, while refusing to work with him on others. In the same way there are many self-styled reformers whose conduct is such as to warrant Tom Reed's bitter remark, that when Johnson defined patriotism as the last refuge of a scoundrel, he was ignorant of the infinite possibilities contained in the word reform. Yet none the less it is our duty to work for the reforms these men champion, without regard to the misconduct of the men themselves on other points. I have known in my life many big business men and many big political bosses who often or even generally did evil, but who on some occasions and on certain issues were right. I never hesitated to do battle against these men when they were wrong, and on the other hand, as long as they were going my way I was glad to have them do so. To have repudiated their aid when they were right and were striving for a right end, and for what was of benefit to the people, no matter what their motives might have been, would have been childish, and, moreover, would have itself been misconduct against the people. My duty was to stand with every one while he was right, and to stand against him when he went wrong, and this I have tried to do as regards individuals and as regards groups of individuals. When a business man or labor leader, politician or reformer, is right, I support him. When he goes wrong, I leave him. When Mr. Lorimer upheld the war for the liberation of Cuba, I supported him. When he became United States Senator by improper methods, I opposed him. The principles or methods which the Socialists advocate and which I believe to be in the interest of the people, I support, and those which I believe to be against the interest of the people, I oppose. Moreover, when a man has done evil, but changes, and works for decency and righteousness, and when, as far as I can see, the change is real and the man's conduct sincere, then I welcome him and work heartily with him, as an equal with an equal. For 30 years after the Civil War the creed of mere materialism was rampant in both American politics and American business, and many, many strong men, in accordance with the prevailing commercial and political morality, did things for which they deserve blame and condemnation. But if they now sincerely change, and strive for better things, it is unwise and unjust to bar them from fellowship. So long as they work for evil, smite them with the sword of the Lord and of Gideon. When they change and show their faith by their works, remember the words of Ezekiel, "If the wicked will turn from all the sins he has committed, and keep all my statutes, and do that which is lawful and right, he shall surely live, he shall not die. All his transgressions that he hath committed, they shall not be mentioned unto him. In his righteousness that he hath done, he shall live. Have I any pleasure at all that the wicked should die, saith the Lord God, and not that he should return from his ways and live?" Every man who has been in practical politics grows to realize that politicians, big and little, are no more all of them bad than they are all of them good. Many of these men are very bad men indeed, but there are others among them, and some among those held up to social obloquy too, who, even although they may have done much that is evil, also show traits of sterling worth which many of their critics wholly lack. There are few men for whom I have ever felt a more cordial and contemptuous dislike than for some of the bosses and big professional politicians with whom I have been brought into contact. On the other hand, in the case of some political leaders who were most bitterly attacked as bosses, I grew to know certain sides of their characters which inspired in me a very genuine regard and respect. To read much of the assault on Senator Hanna, one would have thought that he was a man incapable of patriotism or of far-sighted devotion to the country's good. I was brought into intimate contact with him only during the 2½ years immediately preceding his death. I was then President, and perforce watched all his actions at close range. During that time he showed himself to be a man of rugged sincerity of purpose, of great courage and loyalty, and of unswerving devotion to the interests of the nation and the people as he saw those interests. He was as sincerely desirous of helping laboring men as of helping capitalists. His ideals were in many ways not my ideals, and there were points which, both by temperament and by conviction, we were far apart. Before this time he had always been unfriendly to me, and I do not think he ever grew to like me, at any rate not until the very end of his life. Moreover, I came to the presidency under circumstances which, if he had been a smaller man, would have inevitably thrown him into violent antagonism to me. He was the close and intimate friend of President McKinley. He was McKinley's devoted ally and follower, and his trusted adviser, who was in complete sympathy with him. Partly because of this friendship, his position in the Senate and in the country was unique. With McKinley's sudden death Senator Hanna found himself bereft of his dearest friend, while I, who had just come to the presidency, was in his view an untried man, whose trustworthiness on many public questions was at least doubtful. Ordinarily, as has been shown, not only in our history, but in the history of all other countries, in countless instances, over and over again, this situation would have meant suspicion, ill will, and at the last open and violent antagonism. Such was not the result in this case, primarily because Senator Hanna had in him the quality that enabled him to meet a serious crisis with dignity, with power, and with disinterested desire to work for the common good. Within a few days of my accession he called on me, and with the entire friendliness and obvious sincerity, but also with entire self-respect, explained that he mourned McKinley as probably no other man did, that he had not been especially my friend, but that he wished me to understand that thenceforward, on every question where he could conscientiously support me, I could count upon his giving me as loyal aid as it was in his power to render. He added that this must not be understood as committing him to favour me for nomination and election, because that matter must be left to take care of itself as events should decide, but that aside from this, what he said was to be taken literally. In other words, he would do his best to make my administration a success by supporting me heartily on every point on which he conscientiously could, and that this I could count upon. He kept his word absolutely. He never became especially favourable to my nomination, and most of his close friends became bitterly opposed to me and used every effort to persuade him to try to bring about my downfall. Most men in his position would have been tempted to try to make capital at my expense by antagonizing me and discrediting me so as to make my policies fail, just for the sake of making them fail. Senator Hanna, on the contrary, did everything possible to make them succeed. He kept his word in the letter and the spirit, and on every point on which he felt conscientiously able to support me he gave me the heartiest and most effective support, and did all in his power to make my administration a success, and this with no hope of any reward for himself, of any gratitude from me, or of any appreciation by the public at large, but solely because he deemed such action necessary for the well-being of the country as a whole. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 3 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 5, Applied Idealism, Part 3. My experience with Senator Quay was similar. I had no personal relations with him before I was president, and knew nothing of him save by hearsay. Soon after I became president, Senator Quay called upon me, told me he had known me very slightly, that he thought most men who claimed to be reformers were hypocrites, but that he deemed me sincere, that he thought conditions had become such that aggressive courage and honesty were necessary in order to remedy them, that he believed I intended to be a good and efficient president, and that to the best of his ability he would support me in making my administration a success. He kept his word with absolute good faith. He had been in the Civil War, and was a Medal of Honor man, and I think my having been in the Spanish War gave him at the outset a kindly feeling toward me. He was also a very well-read man. I owe to him, for instance, my acquaintance with the writings of the Finnish novelist Topelius. Not only did he support me on almost every public question in which I was most interested, including, I am convinced, every one on which he felt he could conscientiously do so, but he also, at the time of his death, gave a striking proof of his disinterested desire to render a service to certain poor people, and this under conditions in which not only would he never know if the service were rendered, but in which he had no reason to expect that his part in it would ever be made known to any other man. Quay was descended from a French voyageur who had some Indian blood in him. He was proud of this Indian blood, took an especial interest in Indians, and whenever Indians came to Washington they always called on him. Once during my administration a delegation of Iroquois came over from Canada to call on me at the White House. Their visit had in it something that was pathetic as well as amusing. They represented the descendants of the Six Nations, who fled to Canada after Sullivan harried their towns in the Revolutionary War. Now, a century and a quarter later, their people thought that they would like to come back into the United States, and these representatives had called upon me with the dim hope that perhaps I could give their tribes land on which they could settle. As soon as they reached Washington they asked Quay to bring them to call on me, which he did, telling me that of course their errand was hopeless, and that he had explained as much to them, but that they would like me to extend the courtesy of an interview. At the close of the interview, which had been conducted with all the solemnities of calumet and wampum, the Indians filed out. Quay, before following them, turned to me with his usual emotionless face and said, "Good-bye, Mr. President. This reminds one of the flight of a Tartar tribe, doesn't it?" I answered, "So you're fond of De Quincey, Senator?" To which Quay responded, "Yes, always liked De Quincey. Good-bye." And away he went with the tribesmen, who seemed to have walked out of a remote past. Quay had become particularly concerned about the Delawares in the Indian Territory. He felt that the Interior Department did not do them justice. He also felt that his colleagues of the Senate took no interest in them. When, in the spring of 1904, he lay in his house mortally sick, he sent me word that he had something important to say to me, and would have himself carried round to see me. I sent back word not to think of doing so, and that on my way back from church next Sunday I would stop in and call on him. This I accordingly did. He was lying in his bed, death written on his face. He thanked me for coming, and then explained that, as he was on the point of death, and knew he would never return to Washington, it was late spring and he was about to leave, he wished to see me to get my personal promise that, after he died, I would myself look after the interests of the Delaware Indians. He added that he did not trust the Interior Department, although he knew that I did not share his views on this point, and that still less did he believe that any of his colleagues in the Senate would exert themselves in the interests of the Delawares, and that therefore he wished my personal assurance that I would personally see that no injustice was done them. I told him I would do so, and then added, in rather perfunctory fashion, that he must not take such a gloomy view of himself, that when he got away for the summer I hoped he would recover and be back all right when Congress opened. A gleam came into the old fighter's eyes, and he answered, "No, I am dying, and you know it. I don't mind dying, but I do wish it were possible for me to get off into the great North Woods, and crawl out on a rock in the sun and die like a wolf." I never saw him again. When he died I sent a telegram of sympathy to his wife. A paper which constantly preached reform, and which kept up its circulation by the no less constant practice of slander, a paper which in theory condemned all public men who violated the 8th commandment, and in practice subsisted by incessant violation of the 9th, assailed me for sending my message to the dead man's wife. I knew the editors of this paper, and the editor who was their predecessor. They had led lives of bodily ease and the avoidance of bodily risk. They earned their livelihood by the practice of mendacity for profit, and they derived malignant judgment on a dead man who, whatever his faults, had in his youth freely risked his life for a great ideal, and who, when death was already clutching his breast, had spent almost his last breath on behalf of a humble and friendless people whom he had served with disinterested loyalty. There is no greater duty than to war on the corrupt and unprincipled boss, and on the corrupt and unprincipled business man, and, for the matter of that, on the corrupt and unprincipled labor leader also, and on the corrupt and unprincipled editor, and on any one else who is corrupt and unprincipled. But where the conditions are such, whether in politics or in business, that the great majority of men have behaved in a way which is gradually seen to be improper, but which at one time did not conflict with the generally accepted morality, then the warfare on the system should not include warfare on the men themselves, unless they decline to amend their ways and to disassociate themselves from the system. There are many good, unimaginative citizens who in politics or in business act in accordance with accepted standards, in a matter-of-course way, without questioning these standards, until something happens which sharply arouses them to the situation, whereupon they try to work for better things. The proper course in such event is to let bygones be bygones, and if the men prove by their actions the sincerity of their conversion, heartily to work with them for the betterment of business and political conditions. By the time that I was ending my career as Civil Service Commissioner I was already growing to understand that mere improvement in political conditions by itself was not enough. I dimly realized that an even greater fight must be waged to improve economic conditions and to secure social and industrial justice, justice between individuals and justice as between classes. I began to see that political effort was largely valuable as it found expression and resulted in such social and industrial betterment. I was gradually puzzling out, or trying to puzzle out, the answers to the various questions, some as yet unsolvable to any of us, but for the solution of which it is the bounden duty of us all to work. I had grown to realize very keenly that the duty of the government to protect women and children must be extended to include the protection of all the crushable elements of labor. I saw that it was the affair of all our people to see that justice obtained between the big corporation and its employees, and between the big corporation and its smaller rivals, as well as customers and the general public. I saw that it was the affair of all of us, and not only of the employer, if dividends went up and wages went down, that it was to the interest of us all that a full share of the benefit of improved machinery should go to the workmen who used the machinery, and also that it was to the interest of all of us that each man, whether brain worker or hand worker, should do the best work of which he was capable, and that there should be some correspondence between the value of the work and the value of the reward. It is these and many similar questions which in their sum make up the great social and industrial problems of today, the most interesting and important of the problems with which our public life must deal. In handling these problems I believe that much can be done by the government. Furthermore, I believe that after all that the government can do has been done, there will remain as the most vital of all factors the individual character of the average man and the average woman. No governmental action can do more than supplement individual action. Moreover, there must be collective action of kinds distinct from governmental action. A body of public opinion must be formed, must make itself felt, and in the end transform, and be transformed by, the gradual raising of individual standards of conduct. It is curious to see how difficult it is to make some men understand that insistence upon one factor does not and must not mean failure to fully recognize other factors. The selfish individual needs to be taught that we must now shackle cunning by law, exactly as a few centuries back we shackled force by law. Unrestricted individualism spells ruin to the individual himself. But so does the elimination of individualism, whether by law or custom. It is a capital error to fail to recognize the vital need of good laws. It is also a capital error to believe that good laws will accomplish anything unless the average man has the right stuff in him. The toiler, the manual laborer, has received less than justice, and he must be protected, both by law, by custom, and by the exercise of his right to increase his wage, and yet to decrease the quantity and quality of his work will work only evil. There must be a far greater need of respect and reward for the hand worker than we now give him, if our society is to be put on a sound basis, and this respect and reward cannot be given him unless he is as ambitious to do the best possible work as is the highest type of brain worker, whether doctor or writer or artist. There must be a raising of standards, and not a levelling down to the standard of the poorest and most inefficient. There is urgent need of intelligent governmental action to assist in making the life of the man who tills the soil all that it should be, and to see that the manual worker gets his full share of the reward for what he helps produce. But if either farmer, mechanic, or day laborer is shiftless or lazy, if he shirks downright hard work, if he is stupid or self-indulgent, then no law can save him, and he must give way to a better type. I suppose that some good people will misunderstand what I say, and will insist on taking only half of it as representing the whole. Let me repeat. When I say that even after we have all the good laws necessary, the chief factor in any given man's success or failure must be that man's own character, it must not be inferred that I am in the least minimizing the importance of these laws, the real and vital need for them. The struggle for individual advancement and development can be brought to naught, or indefinitely retarded, by the absence of law or by bad law. It can be immeasurably aided by organized effort on the part of the state. Collective action and individual action, public law and private character, are both necessary. It is only by a slow and patient inward transformation, such as these laws aid in bringing about, that men are really helped upward in their struggle for a higher and a fuller life. Recognition of individual character as the most important of all factors does not mean failure fully to recognize that we must have good laws, and that we must have our best men in office to enforce these laws. The nation collectively will in this way be able to be of real and genuine service to each of us individually, and on the other hand, the wisdom of the collective action will mainly depend on the high individual average of citizenship. The relationship of man and woman is the fundamental relationship that stands at the base of the whole social structure. Much can be done by law towards putting women on a footing of complete and entire equal rights with man, including the right to vote, the right to hold and use property, and the right to enter any profession she desires on the same terms as a man. Yet when this has been done it will amount to little unless on the one hand the man himself realizes his duty to the woman, and unless on the other hand the woman realizes that she has no claim to rights unless she performs the duties that go with those rights, and that alone justify her in appealing to them. A cruel, selfish, or licentious man is an abhorrent member of the community. But after all, his actions are no worse in the long run than those of the woman who is content to be a parasite on others, who is cold, selfish, caring for nothing but frivolous pleasure and ignoble ease. The law of worthy effort, the law of service for a worthy end, without regard to whether it brings pleasure or pain, is the only right law of life, whether for man or for woman. The man must not be selfish, nor, if the woman is wise, will she let the man grow selfish, and this not only for her own sake but for his. One of the prime needs is to remember that almost every duty is composed of two seemingly conflicting elements, and that over-insistence on one, to the exclusion of the other, may defeat its own end. Any man who studies the statistics of the birth rate among the native Americans of New England, or among the native French of France, needs not to be told that when prudence and forethought are carried to the point of cold selfishness and self-indulgence, the race is bound to disappear. Taking into account the women who for good reasons do not marry, or who when married are childless or able to have but one or two children, it is evident that the married woman able to have children must on an average have 4, or the race will not perpetuate itself. This is the mere statement of a self-evident truth. Yet foolish and self-indulgent people often resent this statement as if it were in some way possible by denunciation to reverse the facts of nature, and on the other hand, improvident and shiftless people, inconsiderate and brutal people, treat the statement as if it justified heads of families in having enormous numbers of badly nourished, badly brought up, and badly cared for children, for whom they make no effort to provide. A man must think well before he marries. He must be a tender and considerate husband, and realize that there is no other human being to whom he owes so much of love and regard and consideration as he does to the woman who, with pain, bears and with labor rears the children that are his. No words can paint the scorn and contempt which must be felt by all right-thinking men, not only for the brutal husband, but for the husband who fails to show full loyalty and consideration to his wife. Moreover, he must work, he must do his part in the world. On the other hand, the woman must realize that she has no more right to shirk the business of wifehood and motherhood than the man has to shirk his business as breadwinner for the household. Women should have free access to every field of labor which they care to enter, and when their work is as valuable as that of a man it should be paid as highly. Yet normally for the man and the woman whose welfare is more important than the welfare of any other human beings, the woman must remain the house mother, the home keeper, and the man must remain the breadwinner, the provider for the wife who bears his children and for the children she brings into the world. No other work is as valuable or exacting for either man or woman. It must always, in every healthy society, be for both man and woman the prime work, the most important work. Normally, all other work is of secondary importance, and must come as an addition to, not a substitute for, this primary work. The partnership should be one of equal rights, one of love, of self-respect, and unselfishness; above all, a partnership for the performance of the most vitally important of all duties. The performance of duty, and not an indulgence in vapid ease and vapid pleasure, is all that makes life worth while. Suffrage for women should be looked on from this standpoint. Personally, I feel that it is exactly as much a right of women as of men to vote. But the important point with both men and women is to treat the exercise of the suffrage as a duty, which in the long run must be well performed to be of the slightest value. I always favoured women's suffrage, but only tepidly, until my association with women like Jane Addams and Frances Keller, who desired it as one means of enabling them to render better and more efficient service, changed me into a zealous instead of a lukewarm adherent of the cause, in spite of the fact that a few of the best women of the same type, women like Mary Anton, did not favour the movement. A vote is like a rifle; its usefulness depends upon the character of the user. The mere possession of the vote will no more benefit men and women not sufficiently developed to use it than the possession of rifles will turn untrained Egyptian fellaheen into soldiers. This is as true of women as of men, and no more true. Universal suffrage in Hayti has not made the Haytians able to govern themselves in any true sense, and women's suffrage in Utah in no shape or way affected the problem of polygamy. I believe in suffrage for women in America, because I think they are fit for it. I believe for women, as for men, more in the duty of fitting oneself to do well and wisely with the ballot than in the naked right to cast the ballot. I wish that people would read more books like the novels and stories, at once strong and charming, of Henry Bordeaux, books like Kathleen Norris's Mother and Cornelia Cummer's Preliminaries, and would use these and other such books as tracts now and then. Perhaps the following correspondence will give a better idea than I can otherwise give of the problems that in everyday life come before men and women, and of the need that the man shall show himself unselfish and considerate, and do his full share of the joint duty. January 3, 1913. Colonel Theodore Roosevelt. Dear Sir, I suppose you are willing to stand sponsor for the assertion that the women of the country are not doing their duty unless they have large families. I wonder if you know the real reason after all. Society and clubs are largely held to blame, but society really takes in so few people after all. I thought when I got married at 20 that it was the proper thing to have a family, and as we had very little of this world's goods, also thought it the thing to do all the necessary work for them. I have had 9 children, did all my own work, including washing, ironing, house cleaning, and the care of the little ones as they came along, which was about every 2 years. Also sewed everything they wore, including trousers for the boys and caps and jackets for the girls while little. I also helped them in all their school work, and started them in music, etc. But as they grew older I got behind the times. I never belonged to a club or a society or lodge, nor went to anyone's house scarcely; there wasn't time. In consequence I knew nothing that was going on in the town, much less the events of the country, and at the same time my husband kept growing in wisdom and knowledge, from mixing with men and hearing topics of the times discussed. At the beginning of our married life I had just as quick a mind to grasp things as he did, and had more school education, having graduated from a 3 years' high school. My husband more and more declined to discuss things with me, as he said I didn't know anything about it. When I'd ask, he'd say, "Oh, you wouldn't understand if I'd tell you." So here I am, at 45 years, hopelessly dull and uninteresting, while he can mix with the brightest minds in the country as an equal. He's a strong, progressive man, took very active part in the late campaign, etc. I am also progressive, and tried my best, after so many years of shut-in life, to grasp the ideas you stood for, and read everything I could find during the summer and fall. But I've been out of touch with people too long now, and my husband would much rather go and talk to some woman who hasn't had any children, because she knows things. I am not specifying any particular woman. I simply bore him to death because I'm not interesting. Now, tell me, how is it my fault? I was only doing what I thought was my duty. No woman can keep up with things who never talks with anyone but young children. As soon as my children grew up they took the same attitude as their father, and frequently say, "Oh, mother doesn't know." They look up to and admire their father because he's a man of the world and knows how to act when he goes out. How can I urge my daughters now to go and raise large families? It means by the time you have lost your figure and charm for them they are all ashamed of you. Now, as a believer in woman's rights, do a little talking to the men as to their duties to their wives, or else refrain from urging us women to have children. I am only one of thousands of middle-class, respectable women who give their lives to raise a nice family, and then who become bitter from the injustice done us. Don't let this go into the waste-basket, but think it over. Yours respectfully, blank. New York, January 11th, 1913. My dear Mrs. Blank, most certainly your letter will not go into the waste-paper basket. I shall think it over and show it to Mrs. Roosevelt. Will you let me say, in the first place, that a woman who can write such a letter is certainly not hopelessly dull and uninteresting. If the facts are as you state, then I do not wonder that you feel bitterly, and that you feel that the gravest kind of injustice has been done to you. I have always tried to insist to men that they should do their duty to the women even more than the women to them. Now, I hardly like to write specifically about your husband, because you might not like it yourself. It seems to me almost incredible that any man who is the husband of a woman who has borne him 9 children should not feel that they and he are lasting her debtors. You say that you have had 9 children, that you did all your own work, including washing, ironing, house-cleaning, and the care of the little ones as they came along, that you sewed everything they wore, including trousers for the boys and caps and jackets for the girls while little, that you helped them in all their school work and started them in music, but that as they grew older you got behind the times, that you never belonged to a club or society or lodge, nor went to anyone's house, as you hardly had time to do so, and that in consequence your husband outgrew you, and that your children look up to him and not to you, and feel that they have outgrown you. If these facts are so, you have done a great and wonderful work, and the only explanation I can possibly give of the attitude you describe on the part of your husband and children is that they do not understand what it is that you have done. I emphatically believe in unselfishness, but I also believe that it is a mistake to let other people grow selfish, even when the other people are husband and children. Now, I suggest that you take your letter to me, of which I send you back a copy, and this letter, and then select out of your family the one with whom you feel most sympathy, whether it is your husband or one of your children. Show the 2 letters to him or her, and then have a frank talk about the matter. If any man, as you say, becomes ashamed of his wife because she has lost her figure in bearing his children, then that man is a hound, and has every cause to be ashamed of him. I am sending you a little book called Mother, by Kathleen Norris, which will give you my views on the matter. Of course there are base and selfish men, just as there are, although I believe in smaller numbers, base and selfish women. Man and woman alike should profit by the teachings in such a story as this of Mother. Sincerely yours, Theodore Roosevelt. January 21st, 1913. Colonel Theodore Roosevelt. My dear Sir, your letter came as a surprise, for I wasn't expecting an answer. The next day the book came, and I thank you for your ready sympathy and understanding. I feel as though you and Mrs. Roosevelt would think I was hardly loyal to my husband and children, but knowing of no other way to bring the idea which was so strong in my mind to your notice, I told my personal story. If it will in a small measure be the means of helping someone else by moulding public opinion through you, I shall be content. You have helped me more than you know. Just having you interested is as good as a tonic, and braces me up till I feel as though I shall refuse to be laid on the shelf. To think that you'd bother to send me a book! I shall always treasure it both for the text of the book and the sender. I read it with absorbing interest. The mother was so splendid, she was ideal. The situations are so startlingly real, just like what happens here every day with variations. Blank. A narrative of facts is often more convincing than a homily, and these 2 letters of my correspondent carry their own lesson. Parenthetically, let me remark that whenever a man thinks that he has outgrown the woman who is his mate, he will do well to consider whether his growth has not been downward instead of upward, whether the facts are not merely that he has fallen away from his wife's standard of refinement and of duty. End of Chapter 5, Part 3. Chapter 6, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 6. The New York Police, Part 1. In the spring of 1895 I was appointed by Mayor Strong Police Commissioner, and I served as President of the Police Commission of New York for the 2 following years. Mayor Strong had been elected mayor the preceding fall, when the general anti-democratic wave of that year coincided with one of the city's occasional insurrections of virtue and consequent turning out of Tammany from municipal control. He had been elected on a non-partisan ticket, usually, although not always, the right kind of ticket in municipal affairs, provided it represents not a bargain among factions, but genuine non-partisanship with the genuine purpose to get the right men in control of the city government on a platform which deals with the needs of the average men and women, the men and women who work hard and who too often live hard. I was appointed with the distinct understanding that I was to administer the police department with entire disregard of partisan politics, and only from the standpoint of a good citizen interested in promoting the welfare of all good citizens. My task, therefore, was really simple. Mayor Strong had already offered me the street-cleaning department. For this work I did not feel that I had any especial fitness. I resolutely refused to accept the position, and the mayor ultimately got a far better man for his purpose in Colonel George F. Waring. The work of the police department, however, was in my line, and I was glad to undertake it. The man who was closest to me throughout my 2 years in the police department was Jacob Riis. By this time, as I have said, I was getting our social, industrial, and political needs into pretty fair perspective. I was still ignorant of the extent to which big men of great wealth played a mischievous part in our industrial and social life, but I was well awake to the need of making ours in good faith both an economic and an industrial as well as a political democracy. I already knew Jake Riis, because his book, How the Other Half Lives, had been to me both an enlightenment and an inspiration for which I felt I could never be too grateful. Soon after it was written I had called at his office to tell him how deeply impressed I was by the book, and that I wished to help him in any practical way to try to make things a little better. I have always had a horror of words that are not translated into deeds, of speech that does not result in action. In other words, I believe in realizable ideals and in realizing them, in preaching what can be practiced and then in practicing it. Jacob Riis had drawn an indictment of the things that were wrong, pitifully and dreadfully wrong, with the tenement homes and the tenement lives of our wage workers. In his book he had pointed out how the city government, and especially those connected with the Department of Police and Health, could aid in remedying some of the wrongs. As president of the police board I was also a member of the health board. In both positions I felt that with Jacob Riis's guidance I would be able to put a goodly number of its principles into actual effect. He and I looked at life and its problems from substantially the same standpoint. Our ideals and principles and purposes, and our beliefs as to the methods necessary to realize them, were alike. After the election in 1894 I had written him a letter which ran in part as follows. It is very important to the city to have a business man's mayor, but it is more important to have a working man's mayor, and I want Mr. Strong to be that also. It is an excellent thing to have rapid transit, but it is a good deal more important, if you look at matters with a proper perspective, to have ample playgrounds in the poorer quarters of the city, and to take the children off the streets, so as to prevent them growing up toughs. In the same way, it is an admirable thing to have clean streets. Indeed, it is an essential thing to have them, but it would be a better thing to have our schools large enough to give ample accommodation to all who should be pupils, and to provide them with proper playgrounds. And I added, while expressing my regret that I had not been able to accept the street-cleaning commissionership, that I would have been delighted to smash up the corrupt contractors, and put the street-cleaning force absolutely out of the domain of politics. This was 19 years ago, but it makes a pretty good platform in municipal politics even today. Smash corruption, take the municipal service out of the domain of politics, insist upon having a mayor who shall be a working man's mayor even more than a business man's mayor, and devote all the attention possible to the welfare of the children. Therefore, as I viewed it, there were 2 sides to the work. First, the actual handling of the police department. Second, using my position to help in making the city a better place in which to live and work for those to whom the conditions of life and labor were the hardest. The two problems were closely connected, for one thing never to be forgotten in striving to better the conditions of the New York police force is the connection between the standards of morals and behavior in that force and the general standard of morals and behavior in the city at large. The form of government of the police department at that time was such as to make it a matter of extreme difficulty to get good results. It represented that device of old-school American political thought, the desire to establish checks and balances so elaborate that no man shall have power enough to do anything very bad. In practice, this always means that no man has power enough to do anything good, and that what is bad is done anyhow. In most positions, the division of powers theory works unmitigated mischief. The only way to get good service is to give somebody power to render it, facing the fact that power which will enable a man to do a job well will also necessarily enable him to do it ill if he is the wrong kind of man. What is normally needed is the concentration in the hands of one man, or a very small body of men, of ample power to enable him or them to do the work that is necessary, and then the devising of means to hold these men fully responsible for the exercise of that power by the people. This of course means that, if the people are willing to see power misused, it will be misused. But it also means that, as we hold, the people are fit for self-government. If, in other words, our talk and our institutions are not shams, we will get good government. I do not contend that my theory will automatically bring good government. I do contend that it will enable us to get as good government as we deserve, and that the other way will not. The then government of the police department was so devised as to render it most difficult to accomplish anything good, while the field for intrigue and conspiracy was limitless. There were 4 commissioners, 2 supposed to belong to one party and 2 to the other, although as a matter of fact they never divided on party lines. There was a chief, appointed by the commissioners, but whom they could not remove without a regular trial, subject to review by the courts of law. This chief and any one commissioner had power to hold up most of the acts of the other 3 commissioners. It was made easy for the 4 commissioners to come to a deadlock among themselves, and if this danger was avoided, it was easy for one commissioner, by intriguing with the chief, to bring the other 3 to a standstill. The commissioners were appointed by the mayor, but he could not remove them without the consent of the governor, who was usually politically opposed to him. In the same way the commissioners could appoint the patrolmen, but they could not remove them, save after a trial which went up for review to the courts. As was inevitable under our system of law procedure, this meant that the action of the court was apt to be determined by legal technicalities. It was possible to dismiss a man from the service for quite insufficient reasons, and to provide against the reversal of the sentence, if the technicalities of procedure were observed. But the worst criminals were apt to be adroit men, against whom it was impossible to get legal evidence which a court could properly consider in a criminal trial, and the mood of the court might be to treat the case as if it were a criminal trial, although it was easy to get evidence which would render it not merely justifiable, but necessary for a man to remove them from his private employ, and surely the public should be as well treated as a private employer. Accordingly, most of the worst men put out were reinstated by the courts, and when the mayor attempted to remove one of my colleagues, who made it his business to try to nullify the work done by the rest of us, the governor sided with the recalcitrant commissioner and refused to permit his removal. Nevertheless, an astounding quantity of work was done in reforming the force. We had a good deal of power anyhow, we exercised it to the full, and we accomplished some things by assuming the appearance of power which we did not really possess. The first fight I made was to keep politics absolutely out of the force, and not only politics, but every kind of improper favoritism. Doubtless in making thousands of appointments and hundreds of promotions there were men who contrived to use influence of which I was ignorant. But these cases must have been few and far between. As far as was humanly possible, the appointments and promotions were made without regard to any question except the fitness of the man and the needs of the service. As Civil Service Commissioner I had been instructing heads of departments and bureaus how to get men appointed without regard to politics, and assuring them that by following our methods they would obtain first-class results. As Police Commissioner I was able practically to apply my own teachings. The appointments to the police force were made as I have described in the last chapter. We paid not the slightest attention to a man's politics or creed, or where he was born, so long as he was an American citizen, and on average we obtained far and away the best men that had ever come into the police department. It was, of course, very difficult at first to convince both the politicians and the people that we really meant what we said, and that every one really would have a fair trial. There had been in previous years the most widespread and gross corruption in connection with every activity in the police department, and there had been a regular tariff for appointments and promotions. Many powerful politicians and many corrupt outsiders believed that in some way or other it would still be possible to secure appointments by corrupt and improper methods, and many good citizens felt the same conviction. I endeavored to remove the impression from the minds of both sets of people by giving the widest publicity to what we were doing and how we were doing it, by making the whole process open and above board, and by making it evident that we would probe to the bottom every charge of corruption. For instance, I received visits at one time from a Catholic priest and at another time from a Methodist clergyman, who had parishioners who wished to enter the police force, but who did not believe they could get in save by the payment of money or through political pressure. The priest was running a temperance lyceum in connection with his church, and he wished to know if there would be a chance for some of the young men who belonged to that lyceum. The Methodist clergyman came from a little patch of old native America, which by a recent extension had been taken within the limits of the huge, polyglot, pleasure-loving city. His was a small church, most of the members being shipwrights, mechanics, and sailormen from the local coasters. In each case I assured my visitor that we wanted on the force men of the exact type which he said he could furnish. I also told him that I was as anxious as he was to find out if there was any improper work being done in connection with the examinations, and that I would like him to get 4 or 5 of his men to take the examinations without letting me know their names. Then, whether the men failed or succeeded, he and I would take their papers and follow them through every stage, so that we could tell at once whether they had been improperly favored or improperly discriminated against. This was accordingly done, and in each case my visitor turned up a few weeks later, his face wreathed in smiles, to say that his candidates had passed and that everything was evidently all straight. During my 2 years as president of the commission, I think I appointed a dozen or 15 members of that little Methodist congregation, and certainly twice that number of men from the temperance lyceum of the Catholic Church in question. They were all men of the very type I most wished to see on the force, men of strong physique and resolute temper, sober, self-respecting, self-reliant, with a strong wish to improve themselves. Occasionally I would myself pick out a man and tell him to take the examination. Thus, one evening I went down to speak in the Bowery at the Young Men's Institute, a branch of the Young Men's Christian Association, at the request of Mr. Cleveland H. Dodge. While there, he told me he wished to show me a young Jew who had recently, by an exhibition of marked pluck and bodily prowess, saved some women and children from a burning building. The young Jew, whose name was Otto Raphael, was brought up to see me, a powerful fellow, with a good-humoured, intelligent face. I asked him about his education, and told him to try the examination. He did, passed, was appointed, and made an admirable officer, and he and all his family, wherever they may dwell, have been close friends of mine ever since. Otto Raphael was a genuine East Sider. He and I were both straight New York City, to use the vernacular of our native city. To show our community of feeling and our grasp of the facts of life, I may mention that we were almost the only men in the police department who picked Fitzsimmons as a winner against Corbett. Otto's parents had come over from Russia, and not only in social standing but in pay, a policeman's position meant everything to him. It enabled Otto to educate his little brothers and sisters who had been born in this country, and to bring over from Russia 2 or 3 kinsfolk who had perforce been left behind. Rather curiously, it was by no means as easy to keep politics and corruption out of the promotions as out of the entrance examinations. This was because I could take complete charge of the entrance examinations myself, and, moreover, they were largely automatic. In promotions, on the other hand, the prime element was the record and capacity of the officer, and for this we had largely to rely upon the judgments of the man's immediate superiors. This doubtless meant that in certain cases that judgment was given for improper reasons. However, there were cases where I could act on personal knowledge. One thing that we did was to endeavour to recognize gallantry. We did not have to work a revolution in the force as to courage in the way that we had to work a revolution in honesty. They had always been brave in dealing with riotous and violent criminals, but they had gradually become very corrupt. Our great work, therefore, was the stamping out of dishonesty, and this work we did thoroughly, so far as the ridiculous bipartisan law under which the department was administered would permit. But we were anxious that, while stamping out what was evil in the force, we should keep and improve what was good. While warring on dishonesty, we made every effort to increase efficiency. It has unfortunately been shown by sad experience that at times a police organization which is free from the taint of corruption may yet show itself weak in some great crisis or unable to deal with the more dangerous kinds of criminals. This we were determined to prevent. Our efforts were crowned with entire success. The improvement in the efficiency of the force went hand in hand with the improvement in its honesty. The men in uniform and the men in plain clothes, the detectives, did better work than ever before. The aggregate of crimes where punishment followed the commission of the crime increased, while the aggregate of crimes where the criminal escaped punishment decreased. Every discredited politician, every sensational newspaper, and every timid fool who could be scared by clamor was against us. All three classes strove by every means in their power to show that in making the force honest we had impaired its efficiency, and by their utterances they tended to bring about the very condition of things against which they professed to protest. But we went steadily along the path we had marked out. The fight was hard, and there was plenty of worry and anxiety, but we won. I was appointed in May, 1895. In February, 1897, 3 months before I resigned to become Assistant Secretary of the Navy, the judge who charged the grand jury of New York County was able to congratulate them on the phenomenal decrease in crime, especially of the violent sort. This decrease was steady during the 2 years. The police, after the reform policy was thoroughly tried, proved more successful than ever in protecting life and property, and in putting down crime and criminal vice. The part played by the recognition and reward of actual personal prowess among the members of the police force in producing this state of affairs was appreciable, though there were many other factors that combined to bring about the betterment. The immense improvement in discipline, by punishing all offenders without mercy, no matter how great their political or personal influence, the resolute warfare against every kind of criminal who had hitherto been able corruptly to purchase protection, the prompt recognition of ability, even where it was entirely unconnected with personal prowess, all these were elements which had enormous weight in producing the change. Mere courage and daring, and the rewarding of courage and daring, cannot supply the lack of discipline, of ability, of honesty. But they are of vital consequence nevertheless. No police force is worth anything if its members are not intelligent and honest, but neither is it worth anything unless its members are brave, hardy, and well disciplined. We showed recognition of daring and of personal prowess in 2 ways. First, by awarding a medal or a certificate in remembrance of the deed, and second, by giving it weight in making any promotion, especially to the lower grades. In the higher grades, in all promotions above that of sergeant, for instance, resolute and daring courage cannot normally be considered as a factor of determining weight in making promotions. Rather, it is a quality the lack of which unfits a man for promotion. For the higher places we must assume the existence of such a quality in any fit candidate, and must make the promotion with a view to the man's energy, executive capacity, and power of command. In the lower grades, however, marked gallantry should always be taken into account in deciding among different candidates for any given place. During our 2 years' service we found it necessary over 100 times to single out men for special mention because of some feat of heroism. The heroism usually took one of 4 forms: saving somebody from drowning, saving somebody from a burning building, stopping a runaway team, or arresting some violent lawbreaker under exceptional circumstances. To illustrate our method of action, I will take 2 of the first promotions made after I became commissioner. One case was that of an old fellow, a veteran of the Civil War, who was at the time a roundsman. I happened to notice one day that he had saved a woman from drowning, and had him summoned, so that I might look into the matter. The old fellow brought up his record before me, and showed not a little nervousness and agitation, for it appeared that he had grown grey in the service, and had performed feat after feat of heroism, but had no political backing of any account. No heed had ever been paid him. He was one of the quiet men who attend solely to duty, and although a grand army man, he had never sought to use influence of any kind. Now, at last, he thought there was a chance for him. He had been 22 years on the force, and during that time he had saved some 25 persons from death by drowning, varying the performance 2 or 3 times by saving persons from burning buildings. Twice Congress had passed laws especially to empower the then Secretary of the Treasury, John Sherman, to give him a medal for distinguished gallantry in saving life. The Life Saving Society had also given him its medal, and so had the Police Department. There was not a complaint in all his record against him for any infraction of duty, and he was sober and trustworthy. He was entitled to his promotion, and he got it, there and then. It may be worth mentioning that he kept on saving life after he was given his sergeantcy. On October 21, 1896, he again rescued a man from drowning. It was at night, nobody else was in the neighborhood, and the dock from which he jumped was in absolute darkness, and he was 10 minutes in the water, which was very cold. He was 55 years old when he saved this man. It was the 29th person whose life he had saved during his 23 years' service in the department. The other man was a patrolman, whom we promoted to roundsman for activity in catching a burglar under rather peculiar circumstances. I happened to note his getting a burglar one week. Apparently he had fallen into the habit, for he got another next week. In the latter case the burglar escaped from the house soon after midnight, and ran away toward Park Avenue, with the policeman in hot chase. The New York Central Railroad runs under Park Avenue, and there is a succession of openings in the top of the tunnel. Finding that the policeman was gaining on him, the burglar took a desperate chance and leaped down one of these openings at the risk of breaking his neck. Now the burglar was running for his liberty, and it was the part of wisdom for him to imperil life or limb, but the policeman was merely doing his duty, and nobody could have blamed him for not taking the jump. However, he jumped, and in this particular case the hand of the Lord was heavy upon the unrighteous. The burglar had the breath knocked out of him, and the cop didn't. When his victim could walk, the officer trotted him around to the station house, and a week after I had the officer up and promoted him, for he was sober, trustworthy, and strictly attentive to duty. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of the Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 6. The New York City Police, Part 2. Now, I think that any decent man of reasonable intelligence will agree that we were quite right in promoting men in cases like these, and quite right in excluding politics from promotions. Yet it was because of our consistency acting in this manner, resolutely warring on dishonesty and on that peculiar form of baseness which masquerades as practical politics, and steadily refusing to pay heed to any consideration except the good of the service in the city and the merits of the men themselves, that we drew down upon our heads the bitter and malignant animosity of the bread-and-butter spoils politicians. They secured the repeal of the civil service law by the state legislature. They attempted and almost succeeded in the effort to legislate us out of office. They joined with the baser portion of the sensational press in every species of foul, indecent falsehood and slander as to what we were doing. They attempted to seduce or frighten us by every species of intrigue and cajolery, of promise of political reward and threat of political punishment. They failed in their purpose. I believe in political organizations, and I believe in practical politics. If a man is not practical, he is of no use anywhere. But when politicians treat practical politics as foul politics, and when they turn what ought to be a necessary and useful political organization into a machine run by professional spoilsmen of low morality in their own interest, then it is time to drive the politician from public office, and either to mend or destroy the machine, according as the necessity may determine. We promoted to roundsman a patrolman, with an already excellent record, for gallantry shown in a fray which resulted in the death of his antagonist. He was after a gang of toughs who had just waylaid, robbed, and beaten a man. They scattered, and he pursued the ringleader. Running hard, he gained on his man, whereupon the latter suddenly turned and fired full in his face. The officer already had his revolver drawn, and the two shots rang out almost together. The policeman was within a fraction of death, for the bullet from his opponent's pistol went through his helmet and just broke the skin of his head. His own aim was truer, and the man he was after fell dead, shot through the heart. I may explain that I have not the slightest sympathy with any policy which tends to put the policeman at the mercy of a tough, or which deprives him of efficient weapons. While police commissioner, we punished any brutality by the police with such immediate severity that all cases of brutality practically came to an end. No decent citizen had anything to fear from the police during the 2 years of my service. But we consistently encouraged the police to prove that the violent criminal who endeavored to molest them or to resist arrest, or to interfere with them in the discharge of their duty, was himself in grave jeopardy, and we had every gang broken up and the members punished with whatever severity was necessary. Of course, where possible, the officer merely crippled the criminal who was violent. One of the things that we did while in office was to train the men in the use of the patrol. A school of pistol practice was established, and the marksmanship of the force was wonderfully improved. The man in charge of the school was a roundsman, Petty, whom we promoted to sergeant. He was one of the champion revolver shots of the country, and could hit just about where he aimed. Twice he was forced to fire at criminals who resisted arrest, and in each case he hit his man in the arm or leg, simply stopping him without danger to his life. In May, 1896, a number of burglaries occurred far uptown, in the neighborhood of 156th Street and Union Avenue. 2 officers were sent out each night to patrol the streets in plain clothes. About 2 o'clock on the morning of May 8th, they caught a glimpse of 2 men loitering about a large corner house, and determined to make them explain their actions. In order to cut off their escape, one officer went down one street and one the other. The first officer, whose name was Ryan, found the 2 men at the gateway of the side entrance of the house, and hailed to know what they were doing. Without answering, they turned and ran toward Prospect Avenue, with Ryan in close pursuit. After running about 100 feet, one of them turned and fired 3 shots at Ryan, but failed to hit him. The 2 then separated, and the man who had done the shooting escaped. The other man, whose name proved to be O'Connor, again took to his heels, with Ryan still after him. They turned the corner and met the other officer, whose name was Reed, running as hard as he could toward the shooting. When O'Connor saw himself cut off by Reed, he fired at his new foe, the bullet cutting Reed's overcoat on the left shoulder. Reed promptly fired in return, his bullet going into O'Connor's neck and causing him to turn a complete somersault. The 2 officers then cared for their prisoner until the ambulance arrived, when he was taken to the hospital and pronounced mortally wounded. His companion was afterwards caught, and they turned out to be the very burglars for whom Reed and Ryan had been on the lookout. In December 1896, one of our officers was shot. A row occurred in a restaurant, which ended in 2 young toughs drawing their revolvers and literally running amuck, shooting 2 or 3 men. A policeman, attracted by the noise, ran up and seized one of them, whereupon the other shot him in the mouth, wounding him badly. Nevertheless, the officer kept his prisoner and carried him to the station house. The tough who had done the shooting ran out and was seized by another officer. The tough fired at him, the bullet passing through the officer's overcoat, but he was promptly knocked down, disarmed, and brought to the station house. In this case, neither policeman used his revolver, and each brought in his man, although the latter was armed and resisted arrest, one of the officers taking in his prisoner after having been himself severely wounded. A lamentable feature of the case was that this same officer was a man who, though capable of great gallantry, was also given to shirking his work, and we were finally obliged to dismiss him from the force, after passing over 2 or 3 glaring misdeeds in view of his record for courage. We promoted another man on account of finding out accidentally that he had performed a notable feat, which he had forborne even to mention, so that his name never came out on the rolls of honor. Late at night, while patrolling a lonely part of his post, he came upon 3 young toughs who had turned highwaymen and were robbing a peddler. He ran at once with his nightstick, whereupon the toughs showed fight, and one of them struck at him with a bludgeon, breaking his left hand. The officer, however, made such good use of his nightstick that he knocked down 2 of his assailants, whereupon the third ran away, and he brought both of his prisoners to the station house. Then he went round to the hospital, had his broken hand set in plaster, and actually reported for duty at the next tour, without losing 1 hour. He was a quiet fellow, with a record free from complaints, and we made him a roundsman. The mounted squad have, of course, many opportunities to distinguish themselves in stopping runaways. In May, 1895, a mounted policeman named Heyer succeeded in stopping a runaway at Kingsbridge under rather noteworthy circumstances. 2 men were driving in a buggy, when the horse stumbled, and in recovering himself broke the headstall, so that the bridle fell off. The horse was a spirited trotter, and at once ran away at full speed. Heyer saw the occurrence, and followed at a run. When he got alongside the runaway he seized him by the forelock, guided him dexterously over the bridge, prevented him from running into the numerous wagons that were on the road, and finally forced him up a hill and into a wagon shed. 3 months later this same officer saved a man from drowning. The members of the bicycle squad, which was established shortly after we took office, soon grew to show not only extraordinary proficiency on the wheel, but extraordinary daring. They frequently stopped runaways, wheeling alongside of them, and grasping the horses while going at full speed; and what was even more remarkable, they managed not only to overtake, but to jump onto the vehicle and capture, on 2 or 3 different occasions, men who were guilty of reckless driving, and who fought violently in resisting arrest. They were picked men, being young and active, and any feat of daring which could be accomplished on the wheel they were certain to accomplish. 3 of the best riders of the bicycle squad, whose names and records happen to occur to me, were men of the 3 ethnic strains most strongly represented in New York City police force, being respectively of Native American, German, and Irish parentage. The German was a man of enormous power, and he was able to stop each of the many runaways he tackled without losing his wheel. Choosing his time, he would get alongside the horse and seize the bit in his left hand, keeping his right on the crossbar of the wheel. By degrees he then got the animal under control. He never failed to stop it, and he never lost his wheel. He also never failed to overtake any scorcher, although many of these were professional riders who deliberately violated the law to see if they could not get away from him, for the wheelmen soon get to know the officers whose beats they cross. The Yankee, though a tall, powerful man and a very good rider, scarcely came up to the German in either respect. He possessed exceptional ability, however, as well as exceptional nerve and coolness, and he also won his promotion. He stopped about as many runaways, but when the horse was really panic-stricken he usually had to turn his wheel loose, getting a firm grip on the horse's reins and kicking his wheel so that it would fall out of the way of injury from the wagon. On one occasion he had a fight with a drunken and reckless driver who was urging to top speed a spirited horse. He first got hold of the horse, whereupon the driver lashed both him and the beast, and the animal, already mad with terror, could not be stopped. The officer had of course kicked away his wheel at the beginning, and after being dragged along for some distance he let go the beast, and made a grab at the wagon. The driver hit him with his whip, but he managed to get in, and after a vigorous tussle overcame his man, and disposed of him by getting him down and sitting on him. This left his hands free for the reins. By degrees he got the horse under control, and drove the wagon round to the station-house, still sitting on his victim. "I jounced up and down on him to keep him quiet when he turned ugly," he remarked to me parenthetically. Having disposed of the wagon he took the man round to the court, and on the way the prisoner suddenly sprang on him and tried to throttle him. Convinced at last that patience had ceased to be a virtue, he quieted his assailant with a smash on the head that took all the fight out of him, until he was brought before the judge and fined. Like the other bicycle cops, this officer made a number of arrests of criminals, such as thieves, highwaymen, and the like, in addition to his natural prey, scorchers, runaway, and reckless drivers. The third member of the trio, a tall, sinewy man with flaming red hair, which rather added to the terror he inspired in evildoers, was usually stationed in a tough part of the city, where there was a tendency to crimes of violence, and incidentally an occasional desire to harass wheelmen. The officer was as good off his wheel as on it, and he speedily established perfect order on his beat, being always willing to take chances in getting his man. He was no respecter of persons, and when it became his duty to arrest a wealthy man for persistently refusing to have his carriage lamps lighted after nightfall, he brought him in with the same indifference that he displayed in arresting a street-corner tough who had thrown a brick at a wheelman. Occasionally a policeman would perform work which ordinarily comes within the domain of a fireman. In November 1896 an officer who had previously saved a man from death by drowning added to his record by saving 5 persons from burning. He was at the time asleep, when he was roused by a fire in the house a few doors away. Running over the roofs of the adjoining houses until he reached the burning building, he found that on the 4th floor the flames had cut off all exit from an apartment in which there were 4 women, 2 of them over 50, and one of the others with a 6-months-old baby. The officer ran down to the adjoining house, broke open the door of the apartment on the same floor, the 4th, and crept out on the coping, less than 3 inches wide, that ran from one house to the other. Being a large and very powerful and active man, he managed to keep hold of the casing of the window with one hand, and with the other to reach to the window of the apartment where the women and children were. The firemen appeared, and stretched a net underneath. The crowd that was looking on suddenly became motionless and silent. Then, one by one, he drew the women out of their window, and holding them tight against the wall, passed them into the other window. The exertion in such an attitude was great, and he strained himself badly, but he possessed a practical mind, and as soon as the women were saved he began a prompt investigation of the cause of the fire, and arrested 2 men whose carelessness, as was afterwards proved, caused it. Then and now a man, though a brave man, proved to be a slack or stupid or vicious, and we could make nothing out of him, but hardihood and courage were qualities upon which we insisted and which we rewarded. Whenever I see the police force attacked and vilified, I always remember my association with it. The cases I have given above are merely instances chosen almost at random among hundreds of others. Men such as those I have mentioned have the right stuff in them. If they go wrong, the trouble is with the system, and therefore with us, the citizens, for permitting the system to go unchanged. The conditions of New York life are such as to make the police problem therein more difficult than in any other of the world's great capitals. I am often asked if policemen are honest. I believe that the great majority of them want to be honest, and will be honest whenever they are given the chance. The New York police force is a body thoroughly representative of the great city itself. As I have said above, the predominant ethnic strains in it are, first, the men of Irish birth or parentage, and following these, the native Americans, usually from the country districts, and the men of German birth or parentage. There are also Jews, Scandinavians, Italians, Slavs, and men of other nationalities. All soon became welded into one body. They are physically a fine lot. Moreover, their instincts are right. They are game, they are alert and self-reliant, they prefer to act squarely if they are allowed to so act. All that they need is to be given the chance to prove themselves honest, brave, and self-respecting. The law at present is much better than in our day, so far as governing the force is concerned. There is now a single commissioner, and the mayor has complete power over him. The mayor, through his commissioner, now has power to keep the police force on a good level of conduct, if with resolution and common sense he insists on absolute honesty within the force, and at the same time heartily supports it against the criminal classes. To weaken the force in its dealings with gangs and toughs, and criminals generally, is as damaging as to permit dishonesty, and, moreover, works towards dishonesty. But while under the present law very much improvement can be worked, there is a need of change of the law which will make the police commissioner a permanent, non-partisan official, holding office so long as he proves thoroughly fit for the job, completely independent of the politicians and privileged interests, and with complete power over the force. This means that there must be the right law, and the right public opinion back of the law. The many-sided ethnic character of the force now and then gives rise to, or affords opportunity for, queer happenings. Occasionally it enables one to meet emergencies in the best possible fashion. While I was police commissioner, an anti-Semitic preacher from Berlin, Rector Alvart, came over to New York to preach a crusade against the Jews. Many of the New York Jews were much excited and asked me to prevent him from speaking, and not to give him police protection. This, I told them, was impossible, and if possible would have been undesirable, because it would have made him a martyr. The proper thing to do was to make him ridiculous. Accordingly, I detailed for his protection a Jew sergeant and a score or two of Jewish policemen. He made his harangue against the Jews under the active protection of some 40 policemen, every one of them a Jew. It was the most effective possible answer, and incidentally it was an object lesson to our people, whose greatest need is to learn that there must be no division by class hatred, whether this hatred be that of creed against creed, nationality against nationality, section against section, or men of one social or industrial condition against men of another social and industrial condition. We must ever judge each individual on his own conduct and merits, and not on his membership in any class, whether that class be based on theological, social, or industrial considerations. Among my political opponents when I was police commissioner was the head of a very influential local Democratic organization. He was a state senator usually known as Big Tim Sullivan. Big Tim represented the morals of another era, That is, his principles and actions were very much those of a Norman noble in the years immediately succeeding the Battle of Hastings. This will seem flattery only to those who are not acquainted with the real histories and antecedents of the Norman nobles of the epoch in question. His application of these 11th-century theories to our 19th-century municipal democratic conditions brought him into sharp contact with me, and with one of my right-hand men of the department, Inspector John McCullough. Under the old dispensation this would have meant that his friends and kinsfolk were under the ban. Now it happened that in the department at that time there was a nephew or cousin of his, Jerry D. Sullivan. I found that Jerry was an uncommonly good man, a conscientious, capable officer, and I promoted him. I do not know whether Jerry or Jerry's cousin, Senator Sullivan, was more astonished. The senator called upon me to express what I am sure was a very genuine feeling of appreciation. Poor Jerry died, I think of consumption, a year or two after I left the department. He was promoted again after I left, and then he showed that he possessed the rare quality of gratitude, for he sent me a telegram dated January 15, 1898, running as follows: "Was made a sergeant today. I thank you for all in my first advancement." And in a letter he said to me, "In the future, as in the past, I will endeavor at all times to perform my duty honestly and fearlessly, and never cause you to feel that you were mistaken in me, so that you will be justly proud of my record." The senator, though politically opposed to me, always kept a feeling of friendship for me after this incident. He served in Congress while I was president. The police can be used to help all kinds of good purposes. While I was police commissioner much difficulty had been encountered in locating illegal and fraudulent practitioners of medicine. Dr. Maurice Louis called on me, with a letter from James Russell Parsons, the Secretary of the Board of Regents at Albany, and asked me if I could not help. After questioning him I found that the local authorities were eager to prosecute these men, but could not locate them, and I made up my mind I would try my hand at it. Accordingly, a sealed order was sent to the commanding officer of each police precinct in New York, not to be opened until just before the morning roll call, previous to the police squad going on duty. This order required that, immediately upon reaching post, each patrolman should go over his beat and enter upon a sheet of paper provided for that purpose the full name and address of every doctor signed there appearing. Immediately upon securing this information, the patrolman was instructed to return the sheet to the officer in charge of the precinct. The latter in turn was instructed to collect and place in one large envelope, and to return police headquarters all the data thus received. As a result of this procedure, within 2 hours the prosecuting officials of the city of New York were in possession of the name and address of every person in New York who announced himself as a physician, and scores of pretended physicians were brought to book or driven from the city. One of the perennially serious and difficult problems, and one of the chief reasons for police blackmail and corruption, is to be found in the excise situation in New York. When I was police commissioner, New York was a city with 12 or 15,000 saloons, with a state law which said that they should be closed on Sundays, and with a local sentiment which put a premium on violating the law by making Sunday the most profitable day in the week to the saloon keeper who was willing to take chances. It was this willingness to take chances that furnished to the corrupt politician and the corrupt police officer their opportunities. There was, in New York City, a strong sentiment in favor of honesty in politics. There was also a strong sentiment in favor of opening the saloons on Sundays, and finally there was a strong sentiment in favor of keeping the saloons closed on Sunday. Unfortunately, many of the men who favored honest government nevertheless preferred keeping the saloons open to having honest government, and many others who among the men who favored honest government put it second to keeping the saloons closed. Moreover, among the men who wished the law obeyed and the saloons closed, there were plenty who objected strongly to every step necessary to accomplish the result, although they also insisted that the result should be accomplished. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of the Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 6, The New York City Police, Part 3. Meanwhile, the politicians found an incredible profit in using the law as a club to keep the saloons in line, all except the biggest, the owners of which, or the owners of the breweries back of which, sat in the inner councils of Tammany, or controlled Tammany's allies in the Republican organization. The police used the partial and spasmodic enforcement of the law as a means of collecting blackmail. The result was that the officers of the law, the politicians, and the saloon keepers became inextricably tangled in a network of crime and connivance at crime. The most powerful saloon keepers controlled the politicians and the police, while the latter in turn terrorized and blackmailed all the other saloon keepers. It was not a case of non-enforcement of the law. The law was very actively enforced, but it was enforced with corrupt discrimination. It is difficult for men who have not been brought into contact with that side of political life which deals with the underworld to understand the brazen openness with which this blackmailing of lawbreakers was carried out. A further dark fact was that many of the men responsible for putting the law on the statute books in order to please one element of their constituents also connived at or even profited by the corrupt and partial non-enforcement of the law in order to please another set of their constituents, or to secure profit for themselves. The organ of liquor sellers at that time was the Wine and Spirit Gazette. The editor of this paper believed in selling liquor on Sunday, and felt that it was an outrage to forbid it. But he also felt that corruption and blackmail made too big a price to pay for the partial non-enforcement of the law. He made in his paper a statement, the correctness of which was never questioned, which offers a startling commentary on New York politics of that period. In this statement he recited the fact that the system of blackmail had been brought to such a state of perfection, and had become so oppressive to the liquor dealers themselves, that they communicated at length on the subject with Governor Hill, the state Democratic boss, and then with Mr. Croker, the city Democratic boss. Finally, the matter was formally taken up by a committee of the Central Association of Liquor Dealers in an interview they held with Mr. Martin, my Tammany predecessor as president of the police force. In matter-of-course way the editor's statement continues. An agreement was made between the leaders of Tammany Hall and the liquor dealers according to which the monthly blackmail paid to the force should be discontinued in return for political support. Not only did the big bosses, state and local, treat this agreement, and the corruption to which it was due, as normal and proper, but they never even took the trouble to deny what had been done when it was made public. Tammany and the police, however, did not fully live up to the agreement, and much discrimination of a very corrupt kind, and of a very exasperating kind to liquor sellers who wished to be honest, continued in connection with the enforcing of the law. In short, the agreement was kept only with those who had pull. These men with pull were benefited when their rivals were bullied and blackmailed by the police. The police, meanwhile, who had been bought by appointment or promotion, and the politicians back of them, extended the blackmailing to include about everything from the push-cart peddler and the big or small merchant who wished to use the sidewalk illegally for his goods, up to the keepers of the brothel, the gambling house, and the policy shop. The total blackmail ran into millions of dollars. New York was a wide-open town. The big bosses rolled in wealth, and the corrupt policemen who ran the force lost all sense of decency and justice. Nevertheless, I wish to insist on the facts that the honest men on the patrol posts, the men with the nightsticks, remained desirous to see honesty obtain, although they were losing courage and hope. This was the situation that confronted me when I came to Mulberry Street. The saloon was the chief source of mischief. It was with the saloon that I had to deal, and there was only one way to deal with it. That was to enforce the law. The howl that rose was deafening. The professional politicians raved. The yellow press surpassed themselves in clamour and mendacity. A favourite assertion was that I was enforcing a blue law, an obsolete law that had never before been enforced. As a matter of fact, I was only enforcing, honestly, a law that had hitherto been enforced dishonestly. There was very little increase in the number of arrests made for violating the Sunday law. Indeed, there were weeks when the number of arrests went down. The only difference was that there was no protected class. Everybody was arrested alike, and I took especial pains to see that there was no discrimination, and that the big men and the men with political influence were treated like everyone else. The immediate effect was wholly good. I had been told that it was not possible to close the saloons on Sunday, and that I could not succeed. However, I did succeed. the warden of Bellevue Hospital reported, 2 or 3 weeks after we had begun, that for the first time in its existence there had not been a case due to a drunken brawl in the hospital all Monday. The police courts gave the same testimony, while savings banks recorded increased deposits and pawnshops hard times. The most touching of all things was the fact that we received letters, literally by the hundreds, from mothers in tenement houses who had never been allowed to take their children to the country in the wide open days, and who now found their husbands willing to take them and their families for an outing on Sunday. Jake Reese and I spent one Sunday from morning till night in the tenement districts, seeing for ourselves what had happened. During the 2 years that we were in office, things never slipped back to anything like they had been before, but we did not succeed in keeping them quite as highly keyed as during these first weeks. As regards the Sunday closing law, this was partly because public sentiment was not really with us. The people who had demanded honesty, but who did not like to pay for it by the loss of illegal pleasure, joined the openly dishonest in attacking us. Moreover, all kinds of ways of evading the law were tried, and some of them were successful. The statute, for instance, permitted any man to take liquor with meals. After 2 or 3 months, a magistrate was found who decided judiciously that 17 beers and 1 pretzel made a meal, after which decision joy again became unconfined in at least some of the saloons, and the yellow press gleefully announced that my tyranny had been curbed. But my prime object, that of stopping blackmail, was largely attained. All kinds of incidents occurred in connection with this crusade. One of them introduced me to a friend who remains a friend yet. His name was Edward J. Burke. He was one of the men who entered the police force, through our examinations, shortly after I took office. I had summoned 20 or 30 of the successful applicants to let me look over them, and as I walked into the hall, one of them, a well-set-up man, called out sharply to the others, "Gangway!" making them move to one side. I found he had served in the United States Navy. The incident was sufficient to make me keep him in mind. A month later I was notified by a police reporter, a very good fellow, that Burke was in difficulties, and that he thought I had better look into the matter myself, as Burke was being accused by certain very influential men of grave misconduct in an arrest he had made the night before. Accordingly, I took the matter up personally. I found that on the new patrolman's beat the preceding night, a new beat, there was a big saloon run by a man of great influence in political circles known as King Callahan. After midnight the saloon was still running in full blast, and Burke, stepping inside, told Callahan to close up. It was at the time filled with friends of personal liberty, as Governor Hill used at that time, in moments of pathos, to term everybody who regarded as tyranny any restriction on the sale of liquor. Callahan's saloon had never before in its history been closed, and to have a green cop tell him to close it just seemed so incredible that he regarded it as merely a bad jest. On his next round Burke stepped in and repeated the order. Callahan felt the jest had gone too far, and by way of protest knocked Burke down. This was an error of judgment on his part, for when Burke rose he knocked down Callahan. The two then grappled and fell to the floor, while the friends of personal liberty danced around the fight and endeavored to stamp on everything they thought wasn't Callahan. However, Burke, though pretty roughly handled, got his man and shut the saloon. When he appeared against the lawbreaker in court the next day, he found the court-room crowded with influential Tammany Hall politicians, backed by 1 or 2 Republican leaders of the same type, for Callahan was a baron of the underworld, and both his feudal superiors and his feudal inferiors gathered to the rescue. His backers in court included a congressman and a state senator, and so deep-rooted was the police belief in pull that his own superiors had turned against Burke and were preparing to sacrifice him. Just at this time I acted on the information given me by my newspaper friend, by starting in person for the court. The knowledge that I knew what was going on, that I meant what I said, and that I intended to make the affair personal, was all that was necessary. Before I reached the court all effort to defend Callahan had promptly ceased, and Burke had come forth triumphant. I immediately promoted him to roundsman. He is a captain now. He has been on the force ever since, save that, when the Spanish War came, he obtained a holiday without pay for 6 months and re-entered the Navy, serving as gun captain in one of the gunboats, and doing his work, as was to be expected, in first-rate fashion, especially when under fire. Let me say again that when men tell me that the police are irredeemably bad, I remember scores and hundreds of cases like this of Burke, like the case I have already mentioned of Raphael, like the other cases I have given above. It is useless to tell me that these men are bad. They are naturally first-rate men. There are no better men anywhere than the men of the New York police force, and when they go bad it is because the system is wrong, and because they are not given the chance to do the good work they can do and would rather do. I never coddled these men. I punished them severely whenever I thought their conduct required it. All I did was try to be just, to reward them when they did well, in short, to act squarely by them. I believe that as a whole they liked me. When in 1912 I ran for president on the Progressive ticket, I received a number of unsigned letters enclosing sums of money for the campaign. One of those enclosed $20. The writer, who did not give his name, said that he was a policeman, that I had once had him before me on charges and had fined him $20, that as a matter of fact he had not committed the offense for which I fined him, but that the evidence was such that he did not wonder I had been misled, and never blamed me for it, because I had acted squarely and had given honest and decent man a chance in the police department, and that now he enclosed a $20 bill, the amount of the fine inflicted on him so many years before. I have always wished I knew who the man was. The disciplinary courts were very interesting, but it was extraordinarily difficult to get the facts in the more complicated cases, as must always be true under similar circumstances, for ordinarily it is necessary to back up the superior officer who makes the charge, and yet it is always possible that this superior officer is consciously or unconsciously biased against his subordinate. In the courts the charges were sometimes brought by police officers and sometimes by private citizens. In the latter case we would get queer insights into twilight phases of New York life. It was necessary to be always on our guard. Often an accusation would be brought against the policeman because he had been guilty of misconduct. Much more often the accusation merely meant that the officer had incurred animosity by doing his duty. I remember one amusing case where the officer was wholly to blame, but had acted in entire good faith. One of the favorite and most demoralizing forms of gambling in New York was policy playing. The policy slips consisted of papers with 3 rows of figures written on them. The officer in question was a huge, pithecoid lout of a creature, with a wooden face and a receding forehead, and his accuser, whom he had arrested the preceding evening, was a little grig of a red-haired man, obviously respectable and almost incoherent with rage. The anger of the little red-headed man was but natural, for he had just come out from a night in the station-house. He had been arrested late in the evening on suspicion that he was a policy player, because of the rows of figures on a piece of paper which he had held in his hand, and because at the time of his arrest he had just stepped into the entrance of a hall of a tenement house in order to read by lamplight. The paper was produced in evidence. There were the 3 rows of figures all right, but as the accused explained, hopping up and down with rage and excitement, they were all of them the numbers of hymns. He was the superintendent of a small Sunday school. He had written down the hymns for several future services, one under the other, and on the way home he was stopping to look at them, under a convenient lamp-post, and finally by the light of the lamp in the tenement-house hallway, and it was this conduct which struck the sagacious man in uniform as suspicious. One of the saddest features of police work is dealing with the social evil, with prostitutes and houses of ill fame. In so far as the law gave me power, I always treated the men taken in any raid on these houses precisely as the women were treated. My experience brought me to the very strong conviction that there ought not to be any toleration by law of the vice. I do not know of any method which will put a complete stop to the evil, but I do know certain things that ought to be done to minimize it. One of these is treating men and women on an exact equality for the same act. Another is the establishment of night courts and of special commissions to deal with this special class of cases. Another is that suggested by the Reverend Charles Stelzle, of the Labor Temple, to publish conspicuously the name of the owner of any property used for immoral purposes, after said owner had been notified of the use and has failed to prevent it. Another is to prosecute the keepers and backers of brothels, men and women, as relentlessly, and punish them as severely, as pickpockets and common thieves. They should never be fined, they should be imprisoned. As for the girls, the very young ones and first offenders should be put in the charge of probation officers or sent to reformatories, and the large percentage of feeble-minded girls and of incorrigible girls and women should be sent to institutions created for them. We would thus remove from this hideous commerce the articles of commerce. Moreover, the federal government must, in ever-increasing measures, proceed against the degraded promoters of this commercialism, for their activities are interstate, and the nation can often deal with them more effectively than the states. Although, as public sentiment becomes aroused, nation, state, and municipality will all cooperate towards the same end of rooting out the traffic. But the prime need is to raise the level of individual morality, and, moreover, to encourage early marriages, the single standard of sex morality, and a strict sense of reciprocal conjugal obligation. The women who preach late marriages are by just so much making it difficult to better the standard of chastity. As regards the white slave traffic, the men engaged in it, and the women too, are far worse criminals than any ordinary murderers can be. For them there is need of such a law as that recently adopted in England through the efforts of Arthur Lee, M.P., a law which includes whipping for the male offenders. There are brutes so low, so infamous, so degraded and bestial in their cruelty and brutality, that the only way to get at them is through their skins. Sentimentality on behalf of such men is really almost as unhealthy and wicked as the criminality of the men themselves. My experience is that there should be no toleration of any tenderloin or red light district, and that, above all, there should be the most relentless war on commercialized vice. The men who profit and make their living by the depravity and the awful misery of other human beings stand far below any ordinary criminals, and no measures taken against them can be too severe. As for the wretched girls who follow the dreadful trade in question, a good deal can be done by a change in economic conditions. This ought to be done. When girls are paid wages inadequate to keep them from starvation, or to permit them to live decently, a certain proportion are forced by their economic misery into lives of vice. The employers and all others responsible for these conditions stand on a moral level not far above the white slavers themselves. But it is a mistake to suppose that either the correction of these economic conditions or the abolition of the white slave trade will wholly correct the evil, or will even reach the major part of it. The economic factor is very far from being the chief factor in inducing girls to go into this dreadful life. As with so many other problems, while there must be governmental action, there must also be strengthening of the average individual character in order to achieve the desired end. Even where economic conditions are bad, girls who are both strong and pure will remain unaffected by temptations to which girls of weak character or lax standards readily yield. Any man who knows the wide variation in the proportions of the different races and nationalities engaged in prostitution must come to the conclusion that it is out of the question to treat economic conditions as the sole conditions, or even as the chief conditions, that determine this question. There are certain races, the Irish are honourably conspicuous among them, which, no matter what the economic pressure, furnish relatively few inmates of houses of ill fame. I do not believe that the differences are due to permanent race characteristics. This is shown by the fact that the best settlement houses find that practically all their long-term graduates, so to speak, all the girls that come for a long period under their influence, no matter what their race or national origin, remain pure. In every race there are some naturally vicious individuals and some weak individuals who readily succumb under economic pressure. A girl who is lazy and hates hard work, a girl whose mind is rather feeble, and who is of subnormal intelligence, as the phrase now goes, or a girl who craves cheap finery and vapid pleasure, is always in danger. A high ideal of personal purity is essential. Where the same pressure under the same economic condition has tenfold the effect on one set of people that it has on another, it is evident that the question of moral standards is even more important than the question of economic standards, very important though this question is. It is important for us to remember that the girl ought to have the chance, not only for the necessaries of life, but for innocent pleasure, and that, even more than the man, she must not be broken by overwork, by excessive toil. Moreover, public opinion and the law should combine to hunt down the flagrant man-swine who himself hunts down poor or silly or unprotected girls. But we must not, in foolish sentimentality, excuse the girl from her duty to keep herself pure. Our duty to achieve the same moral level for the two sexes must be performed by raising the level for the man, not by lowering it for the woman, and the fact that society must recognize its duty in no shape or way relieves, not even to the smallest degree, the individual from doing his or her duty. Sentimentality which grows maudlin on behalf of the wilful prostitute is a curse. To confound her with the entrapped or coerced girl, the real white slave, is both foolish and wicked. There are evil women, just as there are evil men, naturally depraved girls, just as there are naturally depraved young men, and the right and wise thing, the just thing, is to them, and the generous thing to the innocent girls and decent men, is to wage stern war against the evil creatures of both sexes. In company with Jacob Riis, I did much work that was not connected with the actual discipline of the force, or indeed with the actual work of the force. There was one thing which he and I abolished: police lodging-houses, which were simply tramp lodging-houses, and a fruitful encouragement to vagrancy. Those who read Mr. Riis's story of his own life will remember the incidents that gave him, from actual personal experience, his horror of these tramp lodging-houses. As a member of the Health Board, I was brought into very close relations with the conditions of life in the tenement houses. Here again I used to visit the different tenement house regions, usually in company with Riis, to see for myself what the conditions were. It was largely this personal experience that enabled me, while on the Health Board, to struggle not only zealously, but without reasonable efficiency and success, to improve conditions. We did our share in making forward strides in the matter of housing the working people of the city with some regard to decency and comfort. The midnight trips that Riis and I took enabled me to see what the police department was doing, and also gave me personal insight into some of the problems of city life. It is one thing to listen in perfunctory fashion to tales of overcrowded tenements, and it is quite another actually to see what overcrowding means, some hot summer night, by even a single inspection during the hours of darkness. There was a very hot spell one midsummer while I was police commissioner, and most of each night I spent walking through the tenement house districts and visiting police stations to see what was being done. It was a tragic week. We did everything possible to alleviate the suffering. Much of it was heartbreaking, especially the gasping misery of the little children and of the worn-out mothers. Every resource of the health department, of the police department, and even of the fire department, which flooded the hot streets, was taxed in the effort to render service. The heat killed such multitudes of horses that the means at our disposal for removing the poor dead beasts proved to be quite inadequate, although every nerve was strained to the limit. In consequence we received scores of complaints from persons before whose doors dead horses had remained, festering in the heat, for 2 or 3 days. One irascible man sent us furious denunciations, until we were at last able to send a big dray to drag away the horse that lay dead before his shop door. The huge dray already contained 11 other dead horses, and when it reached this particular door it broke down, and it was hours before it could be moved. The unfortunate man, who had thus been cursed with a granted wish, closed his doors in despair, and wrote us a final pathetic letter, in which he requested us to remove either the horses or his shop, he didn't care which. I have spoken before of my experience with the tenement house cigar factory law, which the highest court of New York State declared unconstitutional. My experience in the police department taught me that not a few of the worst tenement houses were owned by wealthy individuals, who hired the best and most expensive lawyers to persuade the courts that it was unconstitutional to insist on the betterment of conditions. These businessmen and lawyers were very adroit in using a word with a fine and noble association to cloak their opposition to vitally necessary movements for industrial fair play and decency. They made it evident that they valued the Constitution, not as a help to righteousness, but as a means for thwarting movements against unrighteousness. After my experience with them, I became more set than ever in my distrust of these men, whether businessmen or lawyers, judges, legislators, or executive officers, who seek to make of the Constitution a fetich for the prevention of the work of social reform, for the prevention of work of the interest of those men, women, and children on whose behalf we should be at liberty to employ freely every governmental agency. Occasionally, during the 2 years, we had to put a stop to riotous violence, and now and then on these occasions some of the labor union leaders protested against the actions of the police. By this time I was becoming a strong believer in unions, a strong believer in the rights of labor. For that very reason I was all the more bound to see that lawlessness and disorder were put down, and that no rioter was permitted to masquerade under the guise of being a friend of labor or a sympathizer with labor. I was scrupulous to see that the labor men had fair play. For instance, they were allowed to picket just so far as under the law picketing could be permitted, so that the strikers had ample opportunity peacefully to persuade other labor men not to take their places. But I made it clearly and definitely understood that under no circumstances would I permit violence or fail to insist upon the keeping of order. If there were wrongs, I would join with a full heart in striving to have them corrected. But where there was violence, all other questions had to drop until order was restored. This is a democracy, and the people have the power, if they choose to exercise it, to make conditions as they ought to be made, and to do this strictly within the law, and therefore the first duty of the true democrat, of the man really loyal to the principles of popular government, is to see that law is enforced and order upheld. It was a peculiar gratification to me that so many of the labor leaders with whom I was thrown into contact grew cordially to accept this view. When I left the department, several called on me to say how sorry they were that I was not to continue in office. One, the secretary of the Journeyman Bakers and Confectioners International Union, Henry Wiseman, wrote me expressing his regret that I was going, and his appreciation as a citizen of what I had done as police commissioner. He added, "I am particularly grateful for your liberal attitude toward organized labor, your cordial championship of those speaking in behalf of the toilers, and your evident desire to do the right thing as you saw it at whatever cost." Some of the letters I received on leaving the department were from unexpected sources. Mr. E. L. Godkin, an editor who, in international matters, was not a patriotic man, wrote protesting against my taking the assistant secretaryship of the Navy, and adding, "I have a concern, as the Quakers say, to put on record my earnest belief that in New York you are doing the greatest work of which any American today is capable, and exhibiting to the young men of the country the spectacle of a very important office administered by a man of high character in the most efficient way amid 1,000 difficulties. As a lesson in politics, I cannot think of anything more instructive." About that same time I had a letter from Mr. (afterwards Ambassador) James Bryce, also expressing regret that I was leaving the police department, but naturally with much more appreciation of the work that was to be done in the Navy Department. This letter I quote, with his permission, because it conveys a lesson to those who are inclined always to think that the conditions of the present time are very bad. It was written July 7, 1897. Mr. Bryce spoke of the possibility of coming to America in a month or so, and continued, "I hope I may have a chance of seeing you if I do get over, and of drawing some comfort from you as regards your political phenomena, which, so far as I can gather from those of your countrymen I have lately seen, furnish some good opportunities for a persistent optimist like myself to show that he is not to be lightly discouraged. Don't suppose that things are specially nice, as a lady would say, in Europe, either. They are not." Mr. Bryce was a very friendly and extraordinarily competent observer of things American, and there was this distinct note of discouragement about our future in the intimate letter he was thus sending. Yet this was at the very time when the United States was entering on a dozen years during which our people accomplished more good, and came nearer realizing the possibilities of a great, free, and conscientious democracy than during any other dozen years in our history, save only the years of Lincoln's presidency and the period during which the nation was founded. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of the Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 7, The War of America the Unready, Part 1. I suppose the United States will always be unready for war, and in consequence will always be exposed to great expense, and to the possibility of the gravest calamity when the nation goes to war. This is no new thing. Americans learn only from catastrophes and not from experience. There would have been no war in 1812 if, in the previous decade, America, instead of announcing that peace was her passion, instead of acting on the theory that unpreparedness averts war, had been willing to go to the expense of providing a fleet of a score of ships of the line. However, in that case, doubtless the very men who in the actual event deplored the loss of life and waste of capital which their own supineness had brought about would have loudly inveighed against the excessive and improper cost of armaments. So it all came about to the same thing in the end. There is no more thoroughgoing international Mrs. Gummidge, and no more utterly useless and often utterly mischievous citizen, than the peace at any price, universal arbitration type of being, who is always complaining either about war or else about the cost of the armaments which act as the insurance against war. There is every reason why we should try to limit the cost of armaments, as these tend to grow excessive, but there is also every reason to remember that in the present stage of civilization a proper armament is the surest guarantee of peace, and is the only guarantee that war, if it does come, will not mean irreparable and overwhelming disaster. In the spring of 1897 President McKinley appointed me Assistant Secretary of the Navy. I owed the appointment chiefly to the efforts of Senator H. C. Lodge of Massachusetts, who doubtless was actuated mainly by his long and close friendship for me, but also, I like to believe, by his keen interest in the Navy. The first book I had ever published, 15 years previously, was the History of the Naval War of 1812, and I have always taken the interest in the Navy which every good American ought to take. At the time I wrote the book, in the early 80s, the Navy had reached its nadir, and we were then utterly incompetent to fight Spain or any other power that had a navy at all. Shortly afterwards we began timidly and hesitatingly to build up a fleet. It is amusing to recall the roundabout steps we took to accomplish our purpose. In the reaction after the colossal struggle of the Civil War, our strongest and most capable men had thrown their whole energy into business, into money-making, into the development, and above all the exploitation and exhaustion at the most rapid rate possible of our natural resources, mines, forests, soil, and rivers. These men were not weak men, but they permitted themselves to grow short-sighted and selfish, and while many of them down at the bottom possessed the fundamental virtues, including the fighting virtues, others were purely of the glorified huckster or glorified pawnbroker type, which, when developed to the exclusion of everything else, makes about as poor a national type as the world has seen. This unadulterated huckster or pawnbroker type is rarely keenly sympathetic in matters of social and industrial justice, and is usually physically timid and likes to cover an unworthy fear of the most just war under high-sounding names. It was reinforced by the large mollycoddle vote. The people who are soft physically and morally, or who have a twist in them which makes them acidly cantankerous and unpleasant, as long as they can be so with safety to their bodies. In addition, there are the good people with no imagination and no foresight, who think war will not come, but that if it does come armies and navies can be improvised, a very large element, typified by a senator I knew personally, in answer to a question as to what we would do if America were suddenly assailed by a first-class military power, that we would build a battleship in every creek. Then, among the wise and high-minded people who in self-respecting and genuine fashion strive earnestly for peace, there are the foolish fanatics always to be found in such a movement and always discrediting it, the men who form the lunatic fringe in all reform movements. All these elements taken together made a body of public opinion so important during the decades immediately succeeding the Civil War as to put a stop to any serious effort to keep the nation in a condition of reasonable military preparedness. The representatives of this opinion then voted just as they do now when they vote against battleships or against fortifying the Panama Canal. It would have been bad enough if we had been content to be weak, and in our view of weakness not to bluster. But we were not content with such a policy. We wished to enjoy the incompatible luxuries of an unbridled tongue and an unready hand. There was a very large element which was ignorant of our military weakness, or naturally enough unable to understand it, and another large element which liked to please its own vanity by listening to offensive talk about foreign nations. Accordingly, too many of our politicians, especially in Congress, found that the cheap and easy thing to do was to please the foolish peace people by keeping us weak, and to please the foolish violent people by passing denunciatory resolutions about international matters, resolutions which would have been improper even if we had been strong. Their idea was to please both the mollycoddle vote and the vote of the international tail-twisters by upholding, with pretended ardor and mean intelligence, a national policy of peace with insult. I abhor unjust war. I abhor injustice and bullying by the strong at the expense of the weak, whether among nations or individuals. I abhor violence and bloodshed. I believe that war should never be resorted to when, or so long as, it is honorably possible to avoid it. I respect all men and women who, from high motives and with sanity and self-respect, do all they can to avert war. I advocate preparation for war in order to avert war, and I should never advocate war unless it were the only alternative to dishonor. I describe the folly of which so many of our people were formerly guilty, in order that we may in our own day be on our guard against similar folly. We did not at the time of which I write take our foreign duties seriously, and as we combined bluster in speech with refusal to make any preparation whatsoever for action, we were not taken seriously in return. Gradually a slight change for the better occurred, the writings of Captain Mahan playing no small part therein. We built some modern cruisers to start with, the people who felt that battleships were wicked compromising with their misguided consciences by saying that the cruisers could be used to protect our commerce, which they could not be unless they had battleships to back them. Then we attempted to build some more powerful fighting vessels, and as there was a section of the public which regarded battleships as possessing a name immorally suggestive of violence, we compromised by calling the new ships armoured cruisers, and making them combine with exquisite nicety all the defects and none of the virtues of both types. But there still remained a public opinion, as old as the time of Jefferson, which thought that in the event of war all our problem ought to be one of coast defence, that we should do nothing except repel attack, an attitude about as sensible as that of a prize-fighter who expects to win merely by parrying instead of hitting. To meet the susceptibilities of this large class of well-meaning people, we provided for the battleships under the name of coast defence battleships, meaning thereby that we did not make them quite as seaworthy as they ought to have been, or with quite as much coal capacity as they ought to have had. Then we decided to build real battleships, but there still remained a lingering remnant of public opinion that clung to the coast defence theory, and we met this in beautiful fashion by providing for sea-going coast defence battleships, the fact that the name was a contradiction in terms being of very small consequence compared to the fact that we did thereby get real battleships. Our men had to be trained to handle the ships singly and in fleet formation, and they had to be trained to use the new weapons of precision with which the ships were armed. Not a few of the older officers, kept in the service under our foolish rule of pure seniority promotion, were not competent for the task, but a proportion of the older officers were excellent, and this was true of almost all the younger officers. They were naturally first-class men, trained in the admirable naval school at Annapolis. They were overjoyed that at last they were given proper instruments to work with, and they speedily grew to handle these ships individually in the best fashion. They were fast learning to handle them in squadron and fleet formation, but when the war with Spain broke out, they had as yet hardly grasped the principles of modern scientific naval gunnery. Soon after I began work as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, I became convinced that the war would come. The revolt in Cuba had dragged its weary length until conditions in the island had become so dreadful as to be a standing disgrace to us for permitting them to exist. There is much that I sincerely admire about the Spanish character, and there are few men for whom I have felt greater respect than for certain gentlemen of Spain whom I have known. But Spain attempted to govern her colonies on archaic principles, which rendered her control of them incompatible with the advance of humanity and intolerable to the conscience of mankind. In 1898, the so-called war in Cuba had dragged along for years with unspeakable horror, degradation, and misery. It was not war at all, but murderous oppression. Cuba was devastated. During those years, while we continued at peace, several hundred times as many lives were lost, lives of men, women, and children, as were lost during the 3 months of war which put an end to this slaughter and opened a career of peaceful progress to the Cubans. Yet there were misguided professional philanthropists who cared so much more for names than for facts that they preferred a peace of continuous murder to a war which stopped the murder and brought real peace. Spain's humiliation was certain, anyhow. Indeed, it was more certain without war than with it, for she could not permanently keep the island, and she minded yielding the Cubans more than yielding to us. Our own direct interests were great, because of the Cuban tobacco and sugar, and especially because of Cuba's relation to the projected Isthmian Canal. But even greater were our interests from the standpoint of humanity. Cuba was at our very doors. It was a dreadful thing for us to sit supinely and watch her death agony. It was our duty, even more from the standpoint of national honor than from the standpoint of national interest, to stop the devastation and destruction. Because of these considerations I favored war, and today, when in retrospect it is easier to see things clearly, there are few humane and honorable men who do not believe that the war was both just and necessary. The big financiers and the men generally who were susceptible to touch on the money nerve, and who cared nothing for national honor if it conflicted even temporarily with business prosperity, were against the war. The more fatuous type of philanthropists agreed with them. The newspapers controlled by, or run in the interests of, these two classes deprecated war, and did everything in their power to prevent any preparation for war. As a whole, the people in Congress were at that time, and are now, a short-sighted set as regards international matters. There were a few men, Senators Cushman K. Davis, for instance, and John Morgan, who did look ahead, and Senator H. C. Lodge, who throughout his quarter of a century of service in the Senate and House has ever stood foremost among those who uphold, with far-sighted fearlessness and strict justice to others, our national honor and interest. But most of the congressmen were content to follow the worst of all possible courses, that is, to pass resolutions which made war more likely, and yet to decline to take measures which would enable us to meet the war if it did come. However, in the Navy Department we were able to do a good deal, thanks to the energy and ability of some of the bureau chiefs, and to the general good tone of the service. I soon found my natural friends and allies in such men as Evans, Taylor, Sampson, Wainwright, Bronson, Schroeder, Bradford, Cowles, Cameron, Winslow, O'Neill, and others like them. I used all the power there was in my office to aid these men in getting the material ready. I also tried to gather from every source information as to who the best men were to occupy the fighting positions. Sound naval opinion was overwhelmingly in favor of Dewey to command one squadron. I was already watching him, for I had been struck by an incident in his past career. It was at a time when there was a threat of trouble with Chile. Dewey was off the Argentine, and was told to get ready to move to the other coast of South America. If the move became necessary, he would have to have coal, and yet if he did not make the move, the coal would not be needed. In such a case, a man afraid of responsibility always acts rigidly by the regulations and communicates with the department at home to get authority for everything he does, and therefore he usually accomplishes nothing whatever, but is able to satisfy all individuals with red-tape minds by triumphantly pointing out his compliance with the regulations. In a crisis, the man worth his salt is the man who meets the needs of the situation in whatever way is necessary. Dewey purchased the coal and was ready to move at once if need arose. The affair blew over. The need to move did not occur, and for some time there seemed to be a chance that Dewey would get into trouble over having purchased the coal, for our people are like almost all others in requiring responsible officers, under such conditions, to decide at their own personal peril, no matter which course they follow. However, the people higher up ultimately stood by Dewey. The incident made me feel that here was a man who could be relied upon to prepare in advance, and to act promptly, fearlessly, and on his own responsibility when the emergency arose. Accordingly, I did my best to get him put in command of the Asiatic fleet, the fleet where it was most essential to have a man who would act without referring things back to the home authorities. An officer senior to him, of the respectable commonplace type, was being pushed by certain politicians who knew I had influence with the Navy Department and with the President. I would have preferred to see Dewey get the appointment, without appealing to any politician at all. But while this was my preference, the essential thing was to get him the appointment. For a naval officer to bring pressure to get himself a soft and easy place is unpardonable, but a large leniency should be observed toward the man who uses influence only to get himself a place in the picture near the flashing of the guns. There was a senator, Proctor of Vermont, who I knew was close to McKinley, and who was very ardent for the war, and desirous to have it fought in the most efficient fashion. I suggested to Dewey that he should enlist the services of Senator Proctor, which was accordingly done. In a fortunate hour for the Navy, Dewey was given command of the Asiatic Squadron. When the Maine was blown up in Havana Harbor, war became inevitable. A number of the peace-at-any-price men of course promptly assumed the position that she had blown herself up, but investigation showed that the explosion was from outside. And in any event it would have been impossible to prevent war. The enlisted men of the Navy, who often grew bored to the point of desertion in peace, became keyed up to a high pitch of efficiency, and crowds of fine young fellows, from the interior as well as from the sea-coast, thronged to enlist. The Navy officers showed alert ability and unwearied industry in getting things ready. There was one deficiency, however, which there was no time to remedy, and of the very existence of which, strange to say, most of our best men were ignorant. Our Navy had no idea how low our standard of marksmanship was. We had not realized that the modern battleship had become such a complicated piece of mechanism that the old methods of training and marksmanship were as obsolete as the old muzzle-loading broadside guns themselves. Almost the only man in the Navy who fully realized this was our naval attaché at Paris, Lieutenant Sims. He wrote letter after letter pointing out how frightfully backward we were in marksmanship. I was much impressed by his letters, but Wainwright was about the only other man who was. And as Sims proved to be mistaken in his belief that the French had taught the Spaniards how to shoot, and as the Spaniards proved to be much worse even than we were, in the service generally Sims was treated as an alarmist. But although I at first partly acquiesced in this view, I grew uneasy when I studied the small proportion of hits to shots made by our vessels in battle. When I was president I took up the matter, and speedily became convinced that we needed to revolutionize our whole training in marksmanship. Sims was given the lead in organizing and introducing the new system, and to him more than to any other one man was due the astonishing progress made by our fleet in this respect, a progress which made the fleet, gun for gun, at least 3 times as effective in point of fighting efficiency in 1908 as it was in 1902. The shots that hit are the shots that count. Like the people, the government was for a long time unwilling to prepare for war, because so many honest but misguided men believed that the preparation itself tended to bring on the war. I did not in the least share this feeling, and whenever I was left as acting secretary, I did everything in my power to put us in readiness. I knew that in the event of war Dewey could be slipped like a wolf-hound from a leash. I was sure that if he were given half a chance he would strike instantly and with telling effect, and I made up my mind that all I could do to give him that half chance should be done. I was in the closest touch with Senator Lodge throughout this period, and either consulted him about or notified him of all the moves I was taking. By the end of February I felt it was vital to send Dewey, as well as each of our other commanders who were not in home waters, instructions that would enable him to be in readiness for immediate action. On the afternoon of Saturday, February 25th, when I was acting secretary, Lodge called on me just as I was preparing the order, which, as it was addressed to a man of the right stamp, was of much importance to the subsequent operations. Admiral Dewey speaks of the incident as follows in his Autobiography. The first real step, as regards active naval preparations, was taken on February 25th, when telegraphic instructions were sent to the Asiatic, European, and South Atlantic squadrons to rendezvous at certain convenient points where, should war break out, they would be most available. The message to the Asiatic squadrons bore the signature of that assistant secretary who had seized the opportunity, while acting secretary, to hasten preparations for a conflict which was inevitable. As Mr. Roosevelt reasoned, precautions for readiness would cost little in time of peace, and yet would be invaluable in case of war. His cablegram was as follows: Washington, February 25, '98. Dewey, Hong Kong. Order the squadron, except the Monocacy, to Hong Kong. Keep full of coal. In the event of declaration of war Spain, your duty will be to see that the Spanish squadron does not leave the Asiatic coast, and then offensive operations in Philippine Islands. Keep Olympia until further orders. Roosevelt. The reference to keeping the Olympia until further orders was due to the fact that I had been notified she would soon be recalled to the United States. All that was needed with Dewey was to give him the chance to get ready, and then to strike, without being hampered by orders from those not on the ground. Success in war depends very largely upon choosing a man fit to exercise such powers, and then giving him the powers. It would be instructive to remember, if only we were willing to do so, the fairly comic panic which swept in waves over our sea-coast, first when it became evident that war was about to be declared, and then when it was declared. The public waked up to the sufficiently obvious fact that the government was in its usual state, perennial unreadiness for war. Thereupon the people of the seaboard district passed at one bound from unreasoning confidence that war never could come, to unreasoning fear as to what might happen now that it had come. That acute philosopher, Mr. Dooley, proclaimed that in the Spanish War we were in a dream, but that the Spaniards were in a trance. This just about summed up the facts. Our people had for decades scoffed at the thought of making ready for possible war. Now, when it was too late, they not only backed every measure, wise and unwise, that offered a chance of supplying a need that ought to have been met before, but they also fell into a condition of panic apprehension as to what the foe might do. For years we had been saying, just as any number of our people now say, that no nation would venture to attack us. Then, when we did go to war with an exceedingly feeble nation, we, for the time being, rushed to the other extreme of feeling, and attributed to this feeble nation plans of offensive warfare which it never dreamed of making, and which, if made, would have been wholly unable to execute. Some of my readers doubtless remember the sinister intentions and unlimited potentialities for destruction with which the fertile imagination of the yellow press endowed the armoured cruiser Vizcaya when she appeared in American waters just before the war was declared. The state of nervousness along much of the sea-coast was funny in view of the lack of foundation for it, but it offered food for serious thought as to what would happen if we ever became engaged with a serious foe. The governor of one state actually announced that he would not permit the National Guard of that state to leave its borders, the idea being to retain it against a possible Spanish invasion. So many of the business men of the city of Boston took their securities inland to Worcester that the safe deposit companies of Worcester proved unable to take care of them. In my own neighborhood on Long Island, clauses were gravely put into leases to the effect that if the property were destroyed by the Spaniards, the lease should lapse. As Assistant Secretary of the Navy, I had every conceivable impossible request made to me. Members of Congress, who had actively opposed building any navy, came clamorously around to ask each for a ship for some special purpose of protection connected with his district. It seems incredible, but it is true, that not only these congressmen but the chambers of commerce and boards of trade of different coast cities all lost their heads for the time being, and raised a deafening clamor and brought every species of pressure to bear on the administration to get it to adopt the one most fatal course, that is, to distribute the navy, ship by ship, at all kinds of points and in all kinds of ports, with the idea of protecting everything everywhere, and thereby rendering it absolutely certain that even the Spanish fleet, poor as it was, would be able to pick up our own navy ship by ship in detail. One congressman besought me for a ship to protect Jekyll Island, off the coast of Georgia, an island which derived its sole consequence because it contained the winter homes of certain millionaires. A lady whose husband occupied a very influential position, and who was normally a most admirable and sensible woman, came to insist that a ship should be anchored off a huge seaside hotel because she had a house in the neighborhood. There were many such instances. One stood out above the others. A certain seaboard state contained in its congressional delegation one of the most influential men in the Senate, and one of the most influential men in the lower house. These two men had been worse than lukewarm about building up the navy, and had scoffed at the idea of there ever being any danger from any foreign power. With the advent of war the feelings of their constituents, and therefore their own feelings, suffered an immediate change, and they demanded that a ship be anchored in the harbor of their city as a protection. Getting no comfort from me, they went higher up, and became a kind of permanent committee in attendance upon the President. They were very influential men in the Houses, with whom it was important for the administration to keep on good terms, and moreover they possessed a pertinacity as great as the widow who won her case from the unjust judge. Finally, the President gave in and notified me to see that a ship was sent to the city in question. I was bound that, as long as a ship had to be sent, it should not be a ship worth anything. Accordingly, a Civil War monitor, with one smooth-bore gun, managed by a crew of about 21 naval militia, was sent to the city in question under convoy of a tug. It was a hazardous trip for the unfortunate naval militiamen, but it was safely accomplished, and joy and peace descended upon the senator and the congressman, and upon the President whom they had jointly harassed. Incidentally, the fact that the protecting war vessel, to any antagonists of much more modern construction than the galleys of Alcibiades, seemed to disturb nobody. This was one side of the picture. The other side was that the crisis at once brought to the front any amount of latent fighting strength. There were plenty of congressmen who showed cool-headed wisdom and resolution. The plain people, the men and women back of the persons who lost their heads, set seriously to work to see that we did whatever was necessary, and made the job a thorough one. The young men swarmed to enlist. In time of peace it had been difficult to fill the scanty regular army and navy, and there were innumerable desertions. Now the ships and regiments were over-enlisted, and so many deserters returned in order to fight that it became difficult to decide what to do with them. England, and to a lesser degree Japan, were friendly. The great powers of continental Europe were all unfriendly. They jeered at our ships and men, and with fatuous partisanship insisted that the Spaniards would prove too much for our mercenaries, because we were a commercial people of low ideals who could not fight, while the men whom we attempted to hire for that purpose were certain to run on the day of battle. End of Chapter 7, Part 1.
Chapter 7, Part 2 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy55. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 7. The War of America, the Unready, Part 2. Among my friends was the then Army Surgeon Leonard Wood. He was a surgeon. Not having an income, he had earned his own living. He had gone through the Harvard Medical School and had then joined the Army in the Southwest as a contract doctor. He had every physical, moral, and mental quality which fitted him for a soldier's life and for the exercise of command. In the inconceivable wearing and harassing campaigns against the Apaches, he had served nominally as a surgeon, really in command of troops in more than one expedition. He was as anxious as I was that if there were war, we should both have our part in it. I had always felt that if there were a serious war, I wished to be in a position to explain to my children why I did take part in it, and not why I did not take part in it. Moreover, I had very deeply felt that it was our duty to free Cuba, and I had publicly expressed this feeling, and when a man takes such a position, he ought to be willing to make his words good by his deeds, unless there is some very strong reason to the contrary. He should pay with his body. As soon as war was upon us, Wood and I began to try for a chance to go to the front. Congress had authorized the raising of 3 national volunteer cavalry regiments, wholly apart from the state contingents. Secretary Alger of the War Department was fond of me personally, and Wood was his family doctor. Alger had been a gallant soldier in the Civil War, and was almost the only member of the administration who felt all along that we would have to go to war with Spain over Cuba. He liked my attitude in the matter, and because of his remembrance of his own experiences, he sympathized with my desire to go to the front. Accordingly, he offered me the command of one of the regiments. I told him that after 6 weeks' service in the field, I would feel competent to handle the regiment, but that I would not know how to equip it or how to get it into the first action. but that Wood was entirely competent at once to take command, and that if he would make Wood colonel, I would accept the lieutenant colonelcy. General Alger thought this an act of foolish self-abnegation on my part, instead of it being what it was, the wisest act I could have formed. He told me to accept the colonelcy, and that he would make Wood lieutenant colonel, and that Wood would do the work anyway. I answered that I did not wish to rise on any man's shoulders, that I hoped to be given every chance that my deeds and abilities warranted, but that I did not wish what I did not earn, and that above all I did not wish to hold any position where any one else did work. He laughed at me a little and said I was foolish, but I do not think he really minded, and he promised to do as I wished. True to his word, he secured the appointment of Wood as colonel, and of myself as lieutenant colonel of the 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry. This was soon nicknamed, both by the public and by the rest of the army, the Rough Rider, doubtless because the bulk of the men were from the southwestern ranch country and were skilled in the wild horsemanship of the Great Plains. Wood instantly began the work of raising the regiment. His first assembled several old non-commissioned officers of experience, put them in office, and gave them blanks for requisitions for the full equipment of a cavalry regiment. He selected San Antonio as the gathering place, as it was in a good horse country, where the Gulf from some port on which we could have to embark, and near an old arsenal and an old army post on which we got a good deal of stuff, some of it practically condemned, but we found serviceable at a pinch, and much better than nothing. He organized a horse board in Texas, and began purchasing all horses that were not too big and were sound. A day or two after he was commissioned, he wrote out in the office of the Secretary of War, under his authority, telegrams to the governors of Arizona, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Indiana Territory, in substance as follows. The President desires to raise volunteers in your territory to form part of a regiment of mounted riflemen to be commanded by Leonard Wood. Colonel Theodore Roosevelt, Lieutenant Colonel. He desires that the men selected should be young, sound, good shots, and good riders, and that you expedite by all means in your power the enrollment of these men. Signed by R. A. Alger, Secretary of War. As soon as he had attended to a few more odds and ends, he left Washington, and the day after his arrival in San Antonio, the troops began to arrive. For several weeks before I joined the regiment, to which Wood went ahead of me, I continued as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, trying to get some coherent plan between the War Department and the Navy Department, and also being used by Wood to finish getting the equipment for the regiment. As regards finding out what the plans of the War Department were, the task was simple. They had no plans. Even during the final months before the outbreak of hostilities, very little was done in the way of efficient preparation. On one occasion, when everyone knew that the declaration of war was sure to come in a few days, I went on the military business to the office of one of the highest line generals of the Army, a man who at that moment ought to have been working 18 hours out of the 24 on the vital problems ahead of him. What he was actually doing was trying on a new type of smart-looking uniform on certain enlisted men. And he called me in to ask my advice as to the position of the pockets of the blouse, with a view to making it look attractive. An aide of this general, funny enough, a good fighting man in actual service, when I consulted him as to what my uniform for the campaign should be, laid special stress upon my purchasing a pair of black top boots for full dress, explaining that they were very effective on hotel piazzas and in parlors. I did not intend to be in any hotel if it could possibly be avoided, and as things turned out, I had no full dress uniform, nothing but my service uniform during my brief experience in the Army. I suppose that war always does bring out what is highest and lowest in human nature. The contractors who furnish war materials to the Army or the Navy in time of war stand on a level of infamy only 1 degree above that of the participants in the white slave traffic themselves. But there is conduct far short of this which yet seems inexplicable to any man who has in him any spirit of disinterested patriotism combined with any power of imagination. Respectable men, who I suppose lacked the imagination thoroughly to realize what they were doing, tried to make money out of the nation's necessities in war at the very time that other men are making every sacrifice, financial and personal, for the cause. In the closing weeks of my service as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, we were collecting ships for auxiliary purposes. Some men, at cost to their own purses, helped us freely and with efficiency. Others treated the affair as an ordinary business transaction, and yet others endeavored, at some given crisis when our need was great, to sell us inferior vessels at exorbitant prices, and used every pressure, through senators and congressmen, to accomplish their ends. In 1 or 2 cases they did accomplish them too, until we got a really first-class board established to superintend such purchases. A more curious experience was in connection with the point chosen for the starting of the expedition against Cuba. I had not supposed that any human being could consider this matter save from the standpoint of military need. But one morning, a very wealthy and influential man, a respectable and upright man according to his own lights, called on me to protest against our choice of Tampa, and to put in a plea for a certain other port, on the ground that his railroad was entitled to its share of the profit for hauling the Army and equipment. I happen to know that at this time this very man had kinsfolk in the Army who served gallantly, and the circumstances of his coming to me were such as to show that he was not acting sick and had no idea that there was anything out of the way in his proposal. I think the facts were merely that he had been trained to regard businesses as the sole object in life, and that he lacked the imagination to enable him to understand the real nature of the request that he was making. And, moreover, he had good reason to believe that one of his business competitors had been unduly favored. The War Department was in far worse shape than the Navy Department. The young officers turned out from West Point are precisely as good as the young officers turned out from Annapolis, and this always has been true. But at that time, something has been done to remedy the worst conditions since, and ever since the close of the Civil War, the conditions were such that after a few years the Army officer stagnated so far as his profession was concerned. When the Spanish War broke out, the Navy really was largely on a war footing, as any Navy which is even respectable, cared for in time of peace must be. The admirals, captains, and lieutenants were continually practicing their profession in almost precisely the way that it has to be practiced in time of war. Except actually shooting at a foe, most of the men on board ship went through in time of peace practically all that they would have to go through in time of war. The heads of bureaus in the Navy Department were for the most part men who had seen sea service, who expected to return to sea service, and who were preparing for needs which they themselves knew by experience. Moreover, the civilian head of the Navy had to provide for keeping the ships in a state of reasonable efficiency, and Congress could not hopelessly misbehave itself about the way the Navy without the fact at once becoming evident. All this was changed so far as the Army was concerned. Not only was it possible to decrease the efficiency of the Army without being called to account for it, but the only way in which the Secretary of War could gain credit for himself or the administration was by economy, and the easiest way to economize was in connection with something that would not be felt unless war should arise. The people took no interest whatever in the Army. Demagogues clamored against it, and inadequate thought it was in size, insisted that it should be still further reduced. Popular orators always appealed to the volunteers. The regulars had no votes, and there was no point in politicians thinking of them. The chief activity shown by congressmen about the Army was in getting special Army posts built in places where there was no need for them. Even the work of the Army in its campaigns against the Indians was of such a character that it was generally performed by small bodies of 50 or 100 men. Until a man ceased being a lieutenant, he is usually had plenty of professional work to attend to, and was employed in the field, and, in short, had the same kind of practice that his brother in the Navy had. And he did his work as well. But once past this stage, he had almost no opportunity to perform any work corresponding to his rank, and but little opportunity to do any military work whatsoever. The very best men like Lawton, Young, Chaffee, Hawkins, and Sumner, to mention only men under or beside whom I served, remained good soldiers, soldiers of the best stamp, in spite of disheartening conditions. But it was not to be expected that the average man could continue to grow when every influence was against him. Accordingly, when the Spanish War suddenly burst upon us, a number of inert elderly captains and field officers were, much against their own wishes, suddenly pitchforked into the command of regiments, brigades, and even divisions and army corps. Often these men failed painfully. This was not their fault. It was the fault of the nation. That is, the fault of all of us, of you, my reader, and of myself, and of those like us, because we had permitted conditions to be such as to render these men unfit for command. Take a stout captain of an out-of-the-way two-company post, where nothing in the world ever occurred, even resembling military action, and where the only military problem that really convulsed the post to its foundations was the quarrel between the captain and the quartermaster as to how high a mule's tail ought to be shaved. I am speaking of an actual incident. What could be expected of such a man, even though 35 years before he had been a gallant second lieutenant in the Civil War, if, after his intervening do-nothing period, he was suddenly put in command of raw troops in a midsummer campaign in the tropics? The bureau chiefs were, for the most part, elderly incompetents, whose idea was to do their routine duties in such way as to escape the censure of routine bureaucratic superiors and to avoid a congressional investigation. They had not the slightest conception of preparing the Army for war. It was impossible that they could have any such conception. The people and the Congress did not wish the Army prepared for war. And those editors and philanthropists and peace advocates who felt vaguely that if the Army were incompetent, their principles were safe, always inveighed against any proposal to make it efficient, on the ground that this showed a natural bloodthirstiness in the proposer. When such were the conditions, it was absolutely impossible that either the War Department or the Army could do well in the event of war. Secretary Alger happened to be secretary when war broke out, and all the responsibility for the shortcomings of the department were visited upon his devoted head. He was made the scapegoat for our national shortcomings. The fault was not his. The fault and responsibility lay with us, the people, who for 33 years had permitted our representatives in Congress and in national executive office to bear themselves so that it was absolutely impossible to avoid the great bulk of all of the trouble that occurred and of all of the shortcomings of which our people complained during the Spanish War. The chief immediate cause was the conditions of red tape bureaucracy which existed in the War Department at Washington, which had prevented any good organization or the preparation of any good plan of operation for using our men and supplies. The recurrence of these conditions, even though in somewhat less aggravated form, in any future emergency is as certain as sunrise unless we bring about the principle of a 4 years detail in the staff corps, a principle which Congress has now for years stubbornly refused to grant. There are nations who only need to have peaceful ideals inculcated and to whom militarism is a curse and a misfortune. There are other nations like our own, so happily situated that the thought of war is never present in their minds. They are wholly free from any tendency improperly to exalt or to practice militarism. These nations should never forget that there must be military ideals no less than peaceful ideals. The exaltation of Nagi's career, set forth so strikingly in Stanley Washburn's little volume on the great Japanese warrior, contains much that is especially needed for us of America, prone as we are to regard the exigencies of a purely commercial and industrial civilization as excusing us from the need of admiring and practicing the heroic and warlike virtues. Our people are not military. We need normally only a small standing army, but there should be behind it a reserve of instructed men big enough to fill it up to full war strength, which is over twice the peace strength. Moreover, the young men of the country should realize that it is the duty of every one of them to prepare himself so that in time of need he may speedily become an efficient soldier. A duty now generally forgotten, but which should be recognized as one of the vitally essential parts of every man's training. In endeavoring to get the Rough Riders equipped, I met with some experiences which were both odd and instructive. There were not enough arms and other necessities to go around, and there was keenly rivalry among the intelligent and zealous commanders of the volunteer organizations as to who should get first choice. Wood's experience was what enabled us to equip ourselves in short order. There was another cavalry organization whose commander was at the War Department about this time, and we had been eyeing him with much alertness as a rival. One day I asked him what his plans were about arming and drilling his troops, who were precisely the type of our own men. He answered what he expected: to give each of the boys 2 revolvers and a lariat and then just turn them loose. I reported the conversation to Wood with the remark that we might feel ourselves safe from rivalry in that quarter, and safe we were. In trying to get the equipment, I met with checks and rebuffs, and in return was the cause of worry and concerns of various bureau chiefs who were unquestionably estimable men in their private and domestic relations, and who no doubtless had been good officers 30 years before, but who were as unfit for modern war as if they were so many smooth bores. One fine old fellow did his best to persuade us to take black powder rifles, explaining with paternal indulgence that no one yet really knew just what smokeless powder might do, and that there was a good deal to be said in favor of having smoke to conceal us from the enemy. I saw this pleasing theory actually worked out in practice later on, for the National Guard regiments with us at Santiago had black powder muskets, and the regular artillery black powder guns, and they really might almost as well have replaced these weapons by crossbows and magnolis. We succeeded, thanks to Wood, in getting the same cavalry, carbines that were used by the regulars. We were determined to do this, not only because the weapons were good, but because this would in all probability mean that we were brigaded with the regular cavalry, which it was certain would be sent immediately to the front for the fighting. There was one worthy bureau chief who was continually refusing applications of mine as irregular. In each case, I would appeal to Secretary Auger, who helped me in every way, and get an order from him counterance the irregularity. For instance, I found out that as we were nearer the July date than the January date for the issuance of clothing, and as it had long been customary to issue the winter clothing in July, so as to give ample leisure for getting it to all of the various posts, it was therefore solemnly proposed to issue the same winter clothing to us who were about to start for a summer campaign in the tropics. This would seem incredible to those who have never dealt with an inert officialdom, a red tape bureaucracy, but such is the fact. I rectified this and got an order for khaki clothing. We were then told we would have to advertise 30 days for horses. This meant that we would have missed the Santiago expedition. So I made another successful appeal to the secretary. Other difficulties came up about wagons and various articles, and in each case the same result followed. On the last occasion, when I came up in triumph with the needed order, the worried office head, who bore me no animosity, but who did feel that fate had been very unkind, threw himself back in his chair and exclaimed with a sigh, "Oh dear, I had this office running in such good shape, and then along came the war and upset everything." His feeling was that war was an illegitimate interruption to the work of the War Department. There were, of course, department heads and bureau chiefs and assistants who, in spite of the worthlessness of the system and of the paralyzing conditions that have prevailed, remained first-class men. An example of these was Commissioner General Weston. His energy, activity, administrative efficiency, and common sense was supplemented by an eager desire to help everybody do the best that could be done. But in Washington, and again down at Santiago, we owed him very much. When I was president, it was my good fortune to repay him in part our debt, which means the debt of the people of the country, by making him a major general. The regiment assembled in Santiago, and when I reached there, the regiment assembled at Santiago, San Antonio. When I reached there, the men, rifle, and horses, which were the essentials, were coming in fast, and the saddles, blankets, and the like were also accumulating. Thanks to Wood's exertion, when we reached Tampa, we were rather better equipped than most of the regular regiments. We adhered strictly to field equipment, allowing no luxuries or anything else unnecessary, and so we were able to move off the field when ordered, with our own transportation, leaving nothing behind. I suppose every man tends to brag about his regiment, but it does seem to me that there never was a regiment better worth bragging about than ours. Wood was an exceptional commander, of great power with a remarkable gift for organization. The rank and file was as fine natural fighting men as ever carried a rifle or rode a horse in any country or any age. We had a number of first-class young fellows from the East, most of them from colleges like Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. But the great majority of the men were Southwesterners from the then territories of Oklahoma, Indian Territory, Arizona, and New Mexico. They were accustomed to the use of firearms, accustomed to taking care of themselves in the open. They were intelligent and self-reliant. They possessed hardihood and endurance and physical prowess. And above all, they had a fighting edge, the cool and resolute fighting temper. They went into the war with full knowledge, having deliberately counted the cost. In the great majority of cases, each man was chiefly anxious to find out what he should do to make the regiment a success. They brought first and last about 800 copies of the cavalry drill regulations and studied them industriously. Such men were practically soldiers to start with in all the essentials. It is small wonder that with them as material to work upon, the regiment was raised, armed, equipped, drilled, sent on trains to Tampa, embarked, disembarked, and put through 2 victorious offensive, not defensive, fights in which 1/3 of the officers and 1/5 of the men were killed or wounded, all within 60 days. It is a good record, and it speaks well for the men of the regiment, and it speaks well for Wood. To counterbalance the newspapers which ignorantly and indiscriminately praised all the volunteers, there were others who blame was of the same intelligent quality. The New York Evening Post on June 18th gave expressions to the following gloomy foreboding. Competent observers have remarked that nothing more extraordinary has been done than the sending to Cuba of the 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry, known as the Rough Riders. Organized but 4 weeks, barely given their full complement of officers, and only a week of regular drill, these men have been sent to the front before they have learned the first elements of soldiering and discipline, or have even become acquainted with their officers. In addition to all this, like the regular cavalry, they have been sent with only their carbines and revolvers to meet an enemy armed with long-range rifles. There have been few cases of such military cruelty in our military annals. A week or so after this not wholly happy prophet was promulgated, the cruelty was consummated, first at Las Guasimas and then in the San Juan fighting. Wood was so busy getting the regiment ready that when I reached San Antonio, he turned most of the drilling of it over to me. This was a piece of great good fortune for me, and I drilled the men industriously, mounted and unmounted. I had plenty to learn, and the men and the officers even more, but we went at our work with the heartiest goodwill. We speedily made it evident that there was no room and no mercy for any man who shirked any duty, and we accomplished good results. The fact is that the essentials of drill and work for a cavalry or any infantry regiment are easy to learn, which of course is not true for the artillery or the engineers or for the Navy. The reason why it takes so long to turn the average civilized men into good infantrymen or cavalrymen is because it takes a long while to teach the average untrained man how to shoot, to ride, to march, to take care of himself in the open, to be alert, resourceful, cool, daring, resolute, to obey quickly, as well as to be willing and to fit himself to act on his own responsibility. If he already possesses these qualities, there is very little difficulty in making him a soldier. All the drill that is necessary to enable him to march and to fight is of a simple character. Parade ground and barrack square maneuvers are of no earthly consequence in real war. When men can readily change from line to column and column to line, can form front in any direction and assemble and scatter, and can do these things with speed and precision, they have a fairly good grasp of the essentials. When our regiment reached Tampa, it could already be handled creditably at fast gaits, and in both mass and extended formations, mounted and dismounted. I had served 3 years in the New York National Guard, finally becoming a captain. This experience was invaluable to me. It enabled me at once to train the men in the simple drill without which they would have been a mob. For although the drill requirements are simple, they are also absolutely indispensable. But if I had believed that my experience in the National Guard had taught me all that there was to teach about a soldier's career, it would have been better for me not to have been in it at all. There were in a regiment a number of men who had served in the National Guard, and a number of others who had served in the regular army. Some of these latter had served in the field in the West under campaign conditions, and were accustomed to long marches, privation, risk, and unexpected emergencies. These men were of the utmost benefit to the regiment. They already knew their profession and could teach and help the others. But if the man had merely served in a National Guard regiment or in the regular army at some post in a civilized country where he learned nothing except what could be picked up in the parade ground, in the barracks, and in practice marches of a few miles along good roads, then it depended purely upon his own good sense whether he had been helped or hurt by the experience. If he realized that he had learned only 5% of his profession, that there remained 95% to accomplish before he would be a good soldier, why, he had profited immensely. To start with 5% handicap was a very great advantage, and if the man was really a good man, he could not be overtaken. But if the man thought that he had learned all about the profession of a soldier because he had been in the National Guard or in the regular army under the conditions I have described, then he was actually of less use than if he had never had any military experience at all. Such a man was apt to think that nicety of alignment, precision in wheeling, and correctness in the manual arms were the ends of training and the guarantees of good soldiership, and that from guard mounting to sentry duty, everything in war was to be done in accordance with what he had learned in peace. As a matter of fact, most of what he had learned was never used at all, and some of it had to be unlearned. The only thing, for instance, that a sentry ought never to do in an actual campaign is to walk up and down a line where he would be conspicuous. His business is to lie down somewhere off a ridge crest where he can see any one approaching, but where a man approaching cannot see him. As for the ceremonies, During the really hard part of a campaign, only the barest essentials are necessary, or are kept. Almost all of the junior regular officers and many of the senior regular officers were fine men, but through no fault of their own had been forced to lead lives that fairly paralyzed their efficiency when the strain of modern war came on them. The routine, elderly regular officer who knew nothing whatever of modern war was in most respects nearly as worthless as a raw recruit. The positions and commands prescribed in the textbooks were made into fetishes by some of these men and treated as if they were the ends, instead of the not always important means by which the ends were to be achieved. In the Cuban fighting, for instance, it would have been folly for me to have taken my place in the rear of the regiment, the canonical textbook position. My business was to be where I could keep most command over the regiment, and in a rough and tumble scrambling fight in thick jungle, this had to depend upon the course of events, and usually meant that I had to be at the front. I saw in that fighting more than one elderly regiment commander who unwittingly rendered the only service he could render to his regiment by taking up his proper position several hundred yards in the rear when the fighting began. For then the regiment disappeared in the jungle, and for its good fortune the commanding officer never saw it again until long after the fight was over. After one Cuban fight, a lieutenant colonel of the regulars, in command of a regiment, who had met with just such an experience and had rejoined us at the front several hours after the close of the fighting, asked me what my men were doing when the fight began. I answered that they were following in trance in column of twos, and that the instant the shooting began I deployed them as skirmishers on both sides of the trail. He answered triumphantly, "You can't deploy men as skirmishers from column formation," to which I responded, "Well, I did, and, what is more, if any captain had made any difficulty about it, I would have sent him to the rear." My critic was quite correct from the parade ground standpoint. The prescribed orders at that time were to deploy the column first into a line of squads at correct intervals, and then to give an order which, if my memory serves correctly, ran as skirmishers by the right and left flanks at 6 yards, take intervals, march. The order I really gave ran more like this: "Scatter out to the right there, quick you, scatter to the left, look alive," and they looked alive, and they scattered, and each took advantage of cover, and forward went the line. Now, I do not wish what I have said to be misunderstood. If ever we have a great war, the bulk of our soldiers will not be men who have had any opportunity to train soul and mind and body so as to meet the iron needs of an actual campaign. Long continued and faithful drill will alone put these men in shape to begin to do their duty, and failure to recognize this on the part of the average man will mean laziness and folly, and not the possession of efficiency. Moreover, if men have been trained to believe, for instance, that they can arbitrate questions of vital interest and national honor, if they have been brought up with flabbiness of moral fiber as well as flabbiness of physique, then there will be need of long and laborious and faithful work to give the needed tone to mind and body. But if the men have in them the right stuff, it is not so very difficult. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Recording by Daisy 55. Chapter 7, Part 3 of Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daisy 55. Autobiography of Theodore Roosevelt, Chapter 7, The War of America, the Unready, Part 3. At San Antonio, we entrained for Tampa. In various sociological books by authors of continental Europe, there were jeremiads as to the way in which service in the great European armies, with their minute and machine-like efficiency and regularity, tends to dwarf the capacity for individual initiative among the officers and men. There is no such danger for any officer or man of a volunteer organization in America when our country, with playful light-heartedness, has practiced or has pranced into war without making any preparations for it. I know no larger or finer field for the display of an advanced individualism than that which opened before us as we went from San Antonio to Tampa, camped there, and embarked on a transport for Cuba. Nobody ever had any definite information to give us, and whatever information we unearthed on our own account was usually wrong. Each of us had to show an alert and not over-scrupulous self-reliance in order to obtain food for his men, provender for his horses, or transportation of any kind for any object. One lesson early impressed on me was that if I wanted anything to eat, it was wise to carry it with me. And if any new war should arise, I would earnestly advise the men of every volunteer organization always to proceed upon the belief that their supplies will not turn up, and to take every opportunity of getting food for themselves. Tampa was a scene of the wildest confusion. There were miles of tracks loaded with cars of the contents of which nobody seemed to have any definite knowledge. General Miles, who was supposed to have supervision over everything, and General Schaefer, who had charge of the expedition, were both there. But thanks to the fact that nobody had had any experience in handling even such a small force as ours, about 17,000 men, there was no semblance of order. Wood and I were bound that we should not be left behind when the expedition started. When we were finally informed that it was to leave next morning, we were ordered to go to a certain track to meet a train. We went to the track, but the train never came. Then we were sent to another track to meet another train. Again, it never came. However, we found a coal train of which we took possession, and the conductor, partly under duress and partly in a spirit of friendly helpfulness, took us down to the quay. All kinds of other organizations, infantry and cavalry, regular and volunteer, were arriving at the quay and wandering around it, and there was no place where we could get any specific information as to what transport we were to have. Finally, Wood was told to get any ship you can get which is not already assigned. He borrowed without leave a small motorboat, and commandeered the transport Yucatan. When asked by the captain what his authority was, he reported that he was acting by orders of General Schaefer, and directed the ship to be brought to the dock. He had already sent me word to be ready, as soon as the ship touched the pier, to put the regiment aboard her. I found that she had already been assigned to a regular regiment and to another volunteer regiment, and as it was evident that not more than half of the men assigned to her could possibly get on, I was determined that we should not be among the men left off. The volunteer regiment offered a comparatively easy problem. I simply marched my men past them to the allotted place and held the gangway. With the regulars I had to be a little more diplomatic, because their commander, a lieutenant colonel, was my superior in rank, and also doubtless knew his rights. He sent word to me to make way, to draw my regiment off to one side, and let his take possession of the gangway. I could see the transport coming in, and could dimly make out Wood's figure thereon. Accordingly, I played for time. I sent respectful requests through his officers to the commander of the regulars, entered into parleys, and made protestations until the transport got near enough so that by yelling at the top of my voice I was able to get into a highly constructive communication with Wood. What he was saying, I had no idea, but he was evidently speaking in my own responsibility. I translated into directions to hold the gangway, and so informed the regulars that I was under the orders of my superior and of a ranking officer, and to my great regret, etc., etc., could not give way as they desired. As soon as the transport was fast, we put our men aboard at the double. Half of the regiment got on, and the other half and the other volunteer regiment went somewhere else. We were kept several days on the transport, which was jammed with men, so that it was hard to move about on the deck. Then we got under way, and we steamed slowly down to Santiago. Here we disembarked, higgledy-piggledy, just as we had embarked. Different ports of different outfits were jumbled together, and it was no light labor afterwards to assemble the various batteries. For instance, one transport has guns, and the other locks for the guns, the two not getting together for several days after one of them had been landed. Soldiers went here, provisions there, and who got ashore first largely depended upon individual activity. Fortunately for us, my former naval aide, when I had been Assistant Secretary to the Navy, Lieutenant Commander Sharp, a first-class fellow, was there in command of a little ship to which I had succeeded in getting him appointed before I left the Navy Department. He gave us a black pilot who took our transport right inshore, the others flowing like a flock of sheep, and we disembarked with our rifles, ammunition belts, and not much else. In theory, it was out of our turn, but if we had not disembarked then, heaven only knows when our turn would have come, and we did not intend to be out of the fighting if we could help it. I carried some food in my pockets, and a light waterproof coat, which was my sole camp equipment for the next 2 or 3 days. 24 hours after getting ashore, we marched from Dequoy, where we had landed, to Sorbonne, also on the coast, reaching it during a terrific downpour rain. When this was over, we built a fire, dried our clothes, and ate whatever we had brought with us. We were brigaded with the 1st and 10th Regular Cavalry, under Brigadier General Sam Young. He was a fine type of the American regular, like General Chaffee, another of the same type. He had entered the army in the Civil War as a private. Later, when I was president, it was my good fortune to make each of them in succession Lieutenant General of the Army of the United States. When General Young retired and General Chaffee was to take his place, the former sent to the latter his 3 stars to wear in his first official presentation, with a note that they were from Private Young to Private Chaffee. The 2 fine old fellows had served in the ranks, one in the cavalry, one in the infantry. In their golden youth, in the days of the Great War nearly half a century before, each had grown gray in a lifetime of honorable service under the flag, and each closed his active career in command of the army. General Young was one of the few men who had given and taken wounds with the saber. He was an old friend of mine, and when in Washington before starting for the front, he told me that if we got in his brigade, he would put us into the fighting all right. He kept his word. General Young had actively superintended getting his 2 regular regiments, or at least a squadron of each, off the transports, and late that night he sent us word that he had received permission to move at dawn and strike the Spanish advanced position. He directed us to move along a ridge trail with our 2 squadrons, one squadron having been left at Tampa, with the 2 other squadrons of regulars, one of the 1st and one of the 10th. Under his personal supervision, he marched for the Valley Trail. Accordingly, Wood took us along the hill trail early next morning, till we struck the Spaniards and began our fight just as the regulars began the fight in the Valley Trail. It was a mountainous country covered with thick jungle, a most confusing country, and I had an awful time trying to get into the fight and trying to do what was right when in it, and all the while I was thinking that I was the only man who did not know what I was about, and that all the others did. Whereas, as I found out later, pretty much everybody else was as much in the dark as I was. There was no surprise. We struck the Spaniards exactly where we had expected. Then Wood halted us and put us into the fight deliberately and in order. He ordered us to deploy alternately by troops to the right and left of the trail, giving our senior major, Brody, a West Pointer and as good a soldier as ever wore a uniform, the left wing, while I took the right wing. I was told, if possible, to connect with the regulars who were on the right. In theory, this was excellent, but as the jungle was very dense, the first troop that deployed to the right vanished forthwith, and I never saw it again until the fight was over, having a frightful feeling meanwhile that I might be court-martialed for losing it. The next troop deployed to the left under Brody. Then the third came along, and I started to deploy it to the right as before. By the time the first platoon had gotten into the jungle, I realized that it likewise would disappear unless I kept hold of it. I managed to keep possession of the last platoon. One learns fast in a fight, and I marched this platoon and my next 2 troops in column through the jungle without any attempt to deploy until we got on the firing line. This sounds simple, but it was not. I did not know when I had gotten on the firing line. I could hear a good deal of firing, some over to my right at a good distance, and the rest to the left and ahead. I pushed on, expecting to strike the enemy somewhere between. Soon we came to the brink of a deep valley. There was a good deal of crackling of rifles way off in front of us, but as they used smokeless powder, we had no idea as to exactly where they were or who they were shooting at. Then it dawned on us that we were the target. The bullets began to come overhead, making a sound like the ripping of a silk dress, with sometimes a kind of pop. A few of my men fell, and I deployed the rest, making them lie down and get behind trees. Richard Harding Davis was with us, and as we scanned the landscape with our glasses, it was he who first pointed out to us some Spaniards in a trench some 3/4 of a mile off. It was difficult to make them out. There were not many of them. However, we finally did make them out, and we could see their conical hats, for the trench was a poor one. We advanced, firing at them, and drove them off. What to do then I had not had an idea. The country in front fell away into a very difficult jungle-filled valley. There was nothing but jungle all around, and if I advanced, I was afraid I may get out of touch with everybody and not be going in the right direction. Moreover, as far as I could see, there was now nobody in front who was shooting at us, although some of the men on my left insisted that our own men had fired into us, an allegation which I soon found was almost always made in such a fight, and which in this case was not true. At this moment some of the regulars appeared across the ravine on our right. The first thing they did was to fire a volley at us, but one of our first sergeants went up a tree and waved a guillotine at them, and they stopped. Firing was still going on to our left, however, and I was never more puzzled to know what to do. I did not wish to take my men out of their position without orders, for fear that I might thereby be leaving a gap if there was a Spanish force which meditated an offensive return. On the other hand, it did not seem to me that I had been doing enough fighting to justify my existence, and there was obviously fighting going on to the left. I remember that I kept thinking of the refrain of the fox hunting song, "Here's to every friend who struggled to the end." In a hunting field I had always acted on this theory, and no matter how discouraging appearances might be, had never stopped trying to get in at the death until the hunt was actually over. And now that there was work and not play on hand, I intended to struggle as hard as I knew how not to be left out of any fighting into which I could, with any possible priority, get. So I left my men where they were, and started off at a trot toward where the firing was, with a couple of orderlies to send back for the men in case that proved advisable. Like most tyros, I was wearing my sword, which in thick jungle now and then got between my legs. From that day on it always went corded in the baggage. I struck the trail and began to pass occasionally dead men. Pretty soon I reached wood and found, much to my pleasure, that I had done the right thing, for as I came up, word was brought to him that Brodie had been shot, and he at once sent me to take charge of the left wing. It was more open country there, and at least I was able to get a glimpse of my own men and exercise some control over them. There was much firing going on, but for the life of me I could not see any Spaniards, and neither could anyone else. Finally we made up our minds that they were shooting at us from a set of red tile ranch buildings a good way in front, and these I assaulted, finally charging them. Before we came anywhere near the Spaniards, who, as it proved, really were inside and around them, abandoned them, leaving a few dead men. By the time I had taken possession of these buildings, all firing had ceased everywhere. I had not the faintest idea what had happened, whether the fight was over, or whether this was merely a lull in the fight, or where the Spaniards were, or whether we might be attacked again, or whether we ought ourselves to attack somebody somewhere else. I got my men in order and sent out small parties to explore the ground in front. Who returned without finding any foe? By this time, as a matter of fact, the Spaniards were in full retreat. Meanwhile, I was extending my line so as to get in touch with our people on the right. Word was brought to me that Wood had been shot, which fortunately proved not to be true, and as if this were so, it meant that I must take charge of the regiment. I moved over personally to inquire. Soon I learned that he was all right, that the Spaniards had retreated along the main road, and that Colonel Wood and 2 or 3 other officers were a short distance away. Before I reached them, I encountered a captain of the 9th Cavalry, very glum because his troopers had not been in time to take part in the fight, and he congratulated me with visible effort upon my share in our first victory. I thanked him cordially, not confiding in him that till that moment I myself knew exceedingly little about the victory, and proceeded to where Generals Wheeler, Lawton, and Chaffee, who had just come up in company with Wood, were seated on a bank. They expressed appreciation of the way that I had handled my troops, first on the right wing and then on the left. As I was quite prepared to find I had committed some awful sin, I did my best to accept this in a nonchalant manner, and not to look as relieved as I felt, as throughout the morning I had observed a specious aspect of wisdom, and had commanded first one and then the other wing. The fight was really a capital thing for me, for practically all of the men had served under my actual command, and thenceforth felt an enthusiastic belief that I would lead them all right. It was a week after this skirmish before the army made the advance on Santiago. Just before this occurred, General Young was stricken down with fever. General Wheeler, who had commandeered the cavalry division, was put in general charge of the left wing of the army, which fought before the city itself. Brigadier General Sam Sumner, an excellent officer, who had the 2nd Cavalry Brigade, took command of the cavalry division, and Wood took command of our brigade, while, to my intense delight, I got my regiment. Therefore, I had command of the regiment before the stiffest fighting occurred. Later, when Wood was put in command in Santiago, I became the brigadier commander. Late in the evening, we camped at El Paso. There were 2 regular officers, the brigadier commandeer's aides, Lieutenants A. L. Mills and W. E. Shipp, who were camped by our regiment. Each of my men had food in his haversack, but I had none, and I would have gone supperless to bed if Miles and Shipp had not given me out of their scanty scores of big sandwich, which I shared with my orderly, who also had nothing. Next morning, my body servant Marshall, an ex-soldier of the 9th Colored Cavalry, a fine and faithful fellow, had turned up, and I was able in my turn to ask Mills and Shipp, who had eaten all their food the preceding evening, to take breakfast with me. A few hours later, gallant Shipp was dead, and Mills, an exceptionally able officer, had been shot through the head from side to side, just back of the eyes. Yet he lived, although one eye was blinded, and before I left the presidency I gave him his commission as brigadier general. Early in the morning, our artillery began firing from the hill crest immediately in front of where our men was camped. Several of the regiment were killed and wounded by the shrapnel of the return fire of the Spaniards. One of the shrapnel bullets fell on my waist and my wrist, and raised a bump as big as a hickory nut, but did not even break the skin. Then we were marched down from the hill on a muddy road through the thick jungle towards Santiago. The heat was great, and we strode into the fight with no definite idea on the part of anyone as to what we were to do or what would happen. There was no plan that our left wing was to make a serious fight that day, and as there were no plans, it was naturally exceedingly hard to get orders, and each of us had to act largely on his own responsibility. Lawton's infantry division attacked the little village of Caney, some miles to the right. Kent's infantry division and Sumner's dismounted cavalry division were supposed to detain the Spanish army in Santiago until Lawton had captured El Caney. Spanish towns and villages, however, with their massive buildings, are natural fortifications, as the French found in the Peninsular War, and as both the French and our people found in Mexico. The Spanish troops in El Caney fought very bravely, as did the Spanish troops in front of us, and it was late in the afternoon before Lawton accomplished this task. Meanwhile, we of the left wing had by degrees become involved in a fight which toward the end became not even a colonel's fight, but a squad leader's fight. The cavalry division was put at the head of the line. We were told to march forward, cross a little river in front, and then turning to the right, march up alongside the stream until we connected with Lawton. Incidentally, this movement would not have brought us into touch with Lawton in any event, but we speedily had to abandon any thought of carrying it out. The maneuver brought us within fair range of the Spaniards' entrenchments along the line of hills which we call the San Juan Hills, because on one of them was a San Juan blockhouse. On that day, my regiment had the lead of the 2nd Brigade, and we marched down the trail following in trance behind the 1st Brigade. Apparently, the Spaniards could not make up their minds what to do, as the 3 regular regiments of the 1st Brigade crossed and defied along the other bank of the stream. But when our regiment was crossing, they began to fire at us. Under this flank fire, it soon became impossible to continue the march. The 1st Brigade halted, deployed, and finally began to fire back. Then our brigade was halted. From time to time, some of my men would fall, and I sent repeated word to the rear to try to get authority to attack the hills in front. Finally, General Sumner, who was fighting the division in fine shape, sent word to advance. The word was brought to me by Mills, who said that my orders were to support the regulars in an assault on the hills, and that my objective would be the red tile ranch house in front, on a hill which we afterwards christened Kettle Hill. I mention Mills saying this because it was exactly the kind of definite order the giving of which does so much to ensure success in a fight, as it prevents all obscurity as to what is to be done. The order to attack did not reach the 1st Brigade until after we ourselves reached it, so that at first there was no doubt on the part of their officers whether they were at liberty to join in the advance. I had not enjoyed the Gosemias fight at all, because I had been so uncertain as to what I ought to do. But the San Juan fight was entirely different. The Spaniards had a hard position to attack, it's true, but we could see them, and I knew exactly how to proceed. I kept on horseback, merely because I found it difficult to convey orders along the line as the men were laying down, and it is always hard to get men to start when they cannot see whether their comrades are also going. So I rode up and down the lines, keeping them straightened out, and gradually worked through line after line until I found myself at the head of the regiment. By the time I had reached the lines of the regulars of the 1st Brigade, I had come to the conclusion that it was silly to stay in the valley firing at the hills, because that was really where we were most exposed, and that the thing to do was to try to rush the entrenchment. Where I struck the regulars there was no one of superior rank to mine, and after asking why they did not charge and being answered that they had no orders, I said I would give the order. There was naturally a little reluctance shown by the elderly officer in command to accept my order, so I said, "Then let my men through, sir," and I marched through, followed by my grinning men. The young officers and the enlisted men of the regulars jumped up and joined us. I waved my hat, and we went up the hill in a rush. Having taken it, we looked across at the Spaniards in the trenches under the San Juan blockhouse to our left, which Hawkins' brigade was assaulting. I ordered our men to open fire on the Spaniards in the trenches. Memory plays funny tricks in such a fight, where things happen quickly, and all kinds of mental images succeed one another in a detached kind of way while the work goes on. As I gave the order in question, there slipped through my mind Mahane's account of Nelson's orders that each ship as it sailed forward, if it saw another ship engaged with an enemy ship, should rake the latter as it passed. When Hawkins' soldiers captured the blockhouse, I, very much elated, ordered a charge on my own hook to a line of hills still farther on. Hardly anybody heard this order. However, only 4 men started with me, 3 of whom were shot. I gave one of them, who was only wounded, my canteen and water, and ran back, much irritated that I had not been followed, which was quite justifiable, because I found that nobody had heard my orders. General Sumner had come up by this time, and I asked his permission to lead the charge. He ordered me to do so, and this time away we went and stormed the Spanish entrenchment. There was some close fighting, and we took a few prisoners. We also captured the Spanish provisions and ate them that night with great relish. One of the items was salted flying fish, by the way. There were also bottles of wines and jugs of fiery spirit, and as soon as possible I had these broken, although not before 1 or 2 of my men had taken too much liquor. Lieutenant Housie of the regulars, an aide of General Sumner's, brought me an order to halt where I was. He could not make up his mind to return until he had spent an hour or 2 with us under fire. The Spaniards attempted a counterattack in the middle of the afternoon, but were driven back without effort, our men laughing and cheering as they rose to fire, because hitherto they had been assaulting breastworks or lying still under artillery fire, and they were glad to get a chance to shoot at the Spaniards in the open. We lay on our arms that night, and as we were drenched with sweat and had no blankets save a few we took from the dead Spaniards, we found even the tropic night chilly before morning came. During the afternoon's fighting, while I was the highest officer at our immediate part of the front, Captains Brogton and Morton of the regular cavalry, 2 as fine officers as any man could wish to have beside him in battle, came along the firing line to tell me that they had heard a rumor that we might fall back, and that they wished to record their emphatic protest against any such course. I did not believe there was any truth in the rumor, for the Spaniards were utterly incapable of any effective counter-attack. However, late in the evening, after the fight, General Wheeler visited us at the front, and he told me to keep myself in readiness, as at any moment it might be decided to fall back. Jack Greenway was beside me when General Wheeler was speaking. I answered, "Well, General, I really don't know whether we should obey an order to fall back. We can take that city by a rush, and if we have to move out of here at all, I should be inclined to make the rush in the right direction." Greenway nodded an eager assent. The old general, after a moment's pause, expressed his hearty agreement and said he would see that there was no falling back. He had been very sick for a couple of days, but sick as he was, he managed to get into the fight. He was a gamecock, if ever there was one, but he was in a very bad physical shape on the day of the fight. If there had been any one in high command to supervise and press the attack that afternoon, we would have gone right into Santiago. In my part of the line, the advance was halted only because we received orders not to move forward, but to stay on the crest of the captured hill and hold it. We are always told that 3 o'clock in the morning courage is the most desirable kind. Well, my men and the regulars of the cavalry had just that brand of courage. At about 3 o'clock in the morning after the first fight, shooting began in our front, and there was an alarm of a Spanish advance. I was never more pleased than to see the way in which the hungry, tired, shabby men all jumped up and ran forward to the hill crest so as to be ready for the attack, which, however, did not come. As soon as the sun rose, the Spaniards again opened upon us with artillery. A shell burst between Dave Goodrich and myself, blacking us with powder and killing and wounding several of the men immediately behind us. Next day, the fight turned into a siege. There was some stirring incident, but for the most part it was trench work. A fortnight later, Santiago surrendered. Wood won his brigadier generalship by the capital way in which he handled his brigadier in the fight and in the following siege. He was put in command of the captured city, and in a few days I succeeded in the command of the brigade. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. This recording by Daisy 55.